When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna do and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the roof. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall and perish it behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the roof. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not a clean slate, got no reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I
talking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. No one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot, still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home.
Still alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running out the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
I can't let you go, there's no way. I'm already so, still burning. So hold me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning. To take my chances, to take my time. To keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting, the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1,000,000 life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting, the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1,000,000 life, yeah. We could roll the dice, yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you
catch my breath from chasing you. So tell me when you will know what it is you want. 'Cause I don't wanna wait forever, no. Make up your mind, stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life. Life is way too short. The clock is ticking down. We only have one chance. Let's dance to it. Won't you make up your mind? Stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute, take a minute, take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
7 hours driving on the highway. Far away, far away, far away. Every moment I was spending on regrets was such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this way. flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make up, not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make up, not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylist, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Good damage being dealt here by the Clash. I mean, look at it go. The switch over to the Super Sonic from outside.
No! Supper! No way!
Somehow, the vertical being opened up. That's actually the bomb side. It's Pecan through the floor to find the kill on the Phenomenal Souffle is downed, however, but inside of the pantry, Pecan goes huge.
No!
With the shotgun for 3. Direwolf.
Is this out of his reach just now. Jackie, we're going to turn this corner, going to win that trade, and pick up 2 for himself on a double kill.
Fine, he's waiting here in the corner. If they don't expect this, then he can get found, and that he does. Going big. Toxic Bathe still in the hands here of Ray C, but he doesn't win out the fight against Jackie Wu. A 4K quad kill.
The attackers are in an advantage. Tolji and Ape, of course, on that board mean that it is anyone's game at all times.
I mean, I like it on rifles, but on the SMG-11, who knows?
Oh! Ape! I'm telling you, man, it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
Well, he's certainly proving me wrong! But Ape, he gets a triple kill in the hand. Monkey business abound. Toxic Babe to pop off. And I have sunken in my words.
It's all down to Pecan. 1v3, downs 1. Can he find 2?
Oh, there's no way he's gonna win this fight. He's sprinting. There's a shotgun wave.
Oh!
He retrieves the diffuser. How does Pecan actually get away with this? 30 seconds. He's gonna go in for the plant.
Well, they might just be able to come out on top. The one that is spotted, second one does! Pecan lands it! He just plays it down to a T like it's nothing, Infian.
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, friends and folks far and wide. I'm Black and Blue. With me here is Blue Panda, and we are going to be your casters for today at the Rainbow Six Siege Operation League SEA. We are at day number 12, I believe, yes, and we got ever more games coming. Blue Panda, I want to ask you first and foremost, how you doing, my good sir? First time to be on the desk with you.
Yeah, look, it's always an interesting experience jumping on with someone, well, is well known in the Seas region as you are, and obviously with the games we've got today, it's a pretty solid scene to sit.
Yeah, for sure. We've had amazing games all throughout this, pretty much all the play days that we've already had, right? But before we jump into the action, before we start talking about the games itself, let's talk about what we have in store here for today. We want to take a look at the tournament structure and really the games that we have upcoming here today for you guys to be aware of how things will go. We also have some giveaways we're going to talk about a bit later that I'm pretty sure you guys are going to want to jump into just so we can get everything started. But I mean, we're already here on Play Day 12, Blue Panda. What do you think, before we get to everything else, what can we expect from a day like this now that we've kind of gotten through a lot of the earlier days and we're getting to the closing stages of this stage, really, of the Operation League?
I mean, if nothing else, this season has proved that just because you are in Apex South doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win at the end of the day. We've seen some pretty big matches. I mean, you look back at Playday 10, Direwolves being pushed by a Strape who, look, given the first few Playdays of the season, no one was really expecting much of. And the fact that, you know, progressively as these days have gone through, the team that everyone sort of expected to just roll over is taking some big rounds away. Honestly, I think we could see a couple of upsets tonight.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. We've seen many close games, but we've also seen quite dominant ones. And as we're kind of gotten into the stage, as we're like at Playday 12, we pretty much have a lot of rematches happening since we're in the closing stages of this. But I do think it's interesting also that, you know, like, as you said, there are teams here who really started to show up, teams that we didn't expect to be at the top, who made it to the top. Teams like the Gaming Gladiators, for example, when everybody was thinking, maybe these guys are, you know, a 4th seed into this. Nah, these guys, they just shot up right to the top, and they are performing super well. But once again, we have the tournament format, I think, for you guys in just a second for us to all take a tune into. But while that's not coming up on screen, you guys can take a look around the screen and see just how, I guess, peaceful and vibrant everything is over on this side of the pond. Seems quite black and blue there in your background, Panda. So I like how everything aesthetically is going. But here we go, games for today.
Yeah, I mean, match one's going to be a big one. Obsession has been striking blows at some of the bigger teams of the competition. Direwolves looking a bit weak coming off the back of that major appearance, and I mean, it seems to be that global major curse. Teams that go to the major and succeed for a region come back and they're not having the greatest stages. Match 2, Fury versus Champ. Fury looking solid at the moment. Their new roster, well, only one real change of note. I9 coming in has made a world of difference. Gaming Gladiators in their current state might be a bit of a risk here against the Strape Gaming, so that one could potentially play out as an upset. But match 4 of the day, Elevate versus Northern Forces. Despite how good Northern are looking, I think that's all Elevate.
Definitely. So I have to agree with that final one, but that second match here that we've got with Champs going up against Fury, well, that one went all the way to overtime the first time they matched up in this season. But let's talk about the opening game of the day. Obsession versus Direwolves, and this is a matchup that the last time they went at it, it was Direwolves who came up 7-4. What do you think are the chances of Obsession really exacting their revenge here on the Wolves?
I think it's quite high. Direwolves are looking a bit lost at the moment. I love the team. I love the org. But something's not working. I mean, they were dominant last stage. Did not drop a map in Apex South. And then coming into stage 2, I don't know what it is. It's hard to pin it down to one certain thing. But it's like a rudderless ship. They're not going the direction they need to.
Definitely have steered away from their course, but the roster that you're taking a look here, they need no introduction. We see them all the time, but Harambe, Jackie Wu, Souffle, Pecan, and Ed rounds out the roster here for the Direwolves, and we know that the Wolves, they work the best in a pack. We see, get the pun there, in APAC, yeah. Souffle, 128 to 80 on him. He's been having himself a game, really, an entire tournament, but as you said, Panda, they just haven't been able to use their fragging potential and, I guess, those stats to really bolster them and get these map wins, but it seems like we're getting Clubhouse to start off the day.
Back to basics, keep it simple, don't sort of go anything crazy or new. I rate it. I think this is exactly what Direwolves need to be doing to get themselves back into stride, take a big victory here on Clubhouse, deny Obsession that upset chance, and yeah, look, just don't overcomplicate things.
That really could be what helps them out in the end, isn't it? Just keep things back to their basics and don't over-confuse things that don't have to be. We look at the last time these two teams played, and once again, it was on Clubhouse once more, and that was Direwolves edging it over Obsession. When Direwolves, they started on the defensive side, and for them to get those 4 rounds really helped them close it out in the end. But maybe, you know, a lot of times when you especially go back to the same exact map, the team that you played against and lost during that opening matchup, they now have the benefit of knowing what to adjust and how to really exact their revenge. And I think that could be a small caveat here, a small factor that Obsession can utilize over the Direwolves.
Most definitely, and as we take a cheeky look at our predictions at the moment, I've slipped down. I hate it. I was second for the longest time. Now Proto's just edged me out there. Also, I think we can quite comfortably disqualify Enfian, given that he has all that insider information.
Yeah,
it's just it's just unfair at the end of the day. But what isn't is we all agree on how these matches should be going. Everyone has the same picks and predictions.
Definitely. So, I mean, for today, I think it's pretty clear cut that there are teams who do separate themselves from the pack, right? And every team that we've kind of predicted for here today, they're the ones who have really cemented themselves to be that top 4. So for any of them to lose here today is definitely going to be kind of an upset. And the only thing I can expect from pretty much the last few days that we've had here is to expect the unexpected. In that case, I'm pretty sure we are all going to be wrong at some point today. Some of these teams, at least one of them, has to surprise us, has to come out of the gate and really end their tournament strong, because some of them started a bit weaker, but sometimes it matters how you end the fight over how you started. And I'm hoping here today that we're going to get some exciting matches and we're going to be pleasantly surprised to be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you look at certain teams in the region, and that's what has made them great. It's not just starting strong; it's finishing strong. I mean, the one I think of most commonly in ANZ is the Pittsburgh Knights. They're a team that can weather the storm. They can take absolute punishment in the opening few rounds, and then they just slow it down. They play their game, and they bring it back. And you look at these teams; they're all capable of as well. We've seen it in Apex South. We've seen it here in the Ops League. They can take a beating and then still look to bring it back.
And being able to have that resiliency, right, to be able to kind of bounce back into it is really important. We're taking a look back at the predictions once more, but we've got a giveaway for you all. Not only can our teams here win today, but you guys can win as well. All you have to do is follow Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel, you're probably already watching this on, and enter down below the hashtag Fight for Glory for a chance to win 600 R6 credits on PC, and of course the very, very fancy R6 Operation League SEA pin.
Yeah, of course, you know, the latest round of esports skins out as well. Why wouldn't you want to get yourself one of those Elevate Waifu skins on board? As you can see on your screen, Obsession, at the moment, they are looking pretty strong, and I think a lot of it comes down to the veteran experience we see in this roster. I mean, you look in Roldini, Producer Boom, that experience they've had in the top-tier competition in the region is going to be absolutely invaluable, especially against a team of the caliber of the Direwolves. You need to be bringing your A game, because when Direwolves are firing on all cylinders, the likely score would be around 7-1, 7-0.
That definitely could be possible, but I think what we're really looking out for here, the Dire Wolves, is that while they're not necessarily at the bottom of the leaderboard, they're not exactly at the top that we expected them to be. But the opening bans and picks here to get going. First one by Dire Wolves, they take out Maverick from the board, and on a map like Clubhouse, it makes sense. This is pretty much kind of Maverick's best map, and to not have to deal with that is going to allow them to have a lot more ways to keep and make sure that those walls stay closed.
Interesting. I mean, that would indicate probably something like the Thatcher being let through, and yeah, with the Finker ban as well. If you take Maverick off the board, you kind of want some way to deal with the Kaid, especially if it's not going to be banned out. Finker as well, a huge amount of ban presence in our region at the moment, and it's the true testament of a great team and their ability to play without a Finker available.
Yeah, that Finker just really helps him surge when it comes to winning those gunfights. Kaid, for him to be taken out, I think is curious. Now, a lot of what Maverick would have been able to circumvent was having a Kaid on the opposing side, but that gets taken out now. Only real ways to keep those walls closed are either with a mute or a bandit. I'm not too sure if we're going to really see a Zumi ban here, which we have been seeing, but it's a Mira that gets taken off the board.
I mean, that leaves a huge amount of utility in play. You've got the Valkyrie, you've got the Azami, like you were just touching on. There are potentially a lot of problems that Obsession will face in this first half, trying to get themselves into the building. But, I mean, look, Flores being available, the Thatcher being available, there are counters, there are ways to circumvent the defense, but Souffle, Yeah, look, I was going to say, as much as I would rate the Dire Wolves Kavira, I've seen it in the past. I don't think it's something you want to start Clubhouse off with.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be pulling it out here just now. It could be kind of more of a pocket decision later on, but for the meantime, that's going to be kept under wraps. Looking at the comp here for the Dire Wolves, though, when you actually talk about what they do bring to the table, double SAS. Lots of ways to really slow down the push here. Of the Obsession side, you have those Banshees as well on Souffle, but this composition also allows them to be quite flexible in where they play. They can definitely have presence all throughout the map, can extend all the way to the top if they so choose to.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you see a mute on board for the likes of Clubhouse, it does sort of indicate that vertical presence. You're going to be sending players upstairs to the second floor, roaming deeply, especially with a Valkyrian play as well. But, I mean, it could also be that bait and switch sort of presents the setup, but then play a full 5-man hunker down onto the site. Look to use those nitros, pair it with the black eye cameras. I mean, Dire Wolves, they are a capable team, and they have that understanding of just how important information and misinformation is.
Definitely. They have lots of ways to deny the plant as well with that information, seeing it how they do have the smoke retreat toxic babes, and of course, like double nitros is going to make sure that Obsession, they can't just go in and plant willy-nilly. They're going to contest this garage early on. That's Deadpool. Him on the Yana is going to be able to gather information even more, so as Jackie Wu's making that contact, but the rest of Obsession, even though that's being pulled that way, they're actually making contact here towards the central stairs as well. It's Harambe who gets some early damage on Roldini, but nothing to be found of it yet.
And I think this is exactly what Dire Wolves need to be doing. They need to be the ones aggressing here in the situation. Don't give Obsession time to breathe, time to get set up, and unfortunately Souffle punished by the mag size there, goes toe-to-toe with the 150 LMGE. And, well, that's an unfortunate loss to start the round off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad peak here from Souffle, but it doesn't go their way. And now Obsession, they have the advantage here. Now exactly the pick that they were looking for to take out that Melusi, at the very least, for Dire Wolves. That's utility already placed down, so they don't lose too much that they otherwise could have from any other agent. Or other operator. Jesus.
And Souffle, historically, one of the standout players for this team, looking to try and clear some of that utility. You can see Silence with that skeleton key looking to open the vert angle on towards the main stairs. Spot someone, but for now, Dire Wolves going to play it a little bit safer.
Well, let's see exactly if that's what they need to do. Dire Wolves, they can go for a bit of a risk here. Maybe find that pick and back off to try and equalize the odds. But information gathered on Harambe, they know what he's trying to do. This Moto hat should be open very soon.
Jackie's got an integral part to play in this defense here. He needs to be able to hold blue, give his team the time rather to be able to hold off this push going into the final 50. I mean, that player advantage is exactly what Obsession needs. They can play the numbers game, they can play for the trades here. But Dire Wolves, they're a capable team.
Well, I'm wondering, though, here, Blue Panda, is they still got lots of ways to deny the plant. With 35 seconds left, 2 Necrocells up, and a bunch of Toxic Babes as well available for the Dire Wolves. This is going to be a very difficult opportunity here for Obsession to try and get a plant, unless they get another pickoff.
Toxic canisters, church wall being reinforced. Deadpool in a bit of trouble as Jackie goes in, but Silence finds the first Deadpool to follow up as well. Going in the final 20, it's all coming together.
Those are the picks they needed here. Ed waiting, biding his time, still has actually no more Toxic Baits. Pecan goes down, it's all on to him. Finds a kill with the SMG-11, but that's all he's got to work with. As the opening round here, it gets taken by Obsession.
That was, I mean, dominant doesn't even begin to describe it, and it's again further concern for the Dire Wolves. They're a team that has major experience. They went to Charlotte, but they're dropping rounds on basement, on Clubhouse, without a Maverick play. It's just, there's a lot of questions, and unfortunately the answers are not the ones we want.
Perhaps they were really banking on kind of having a KE to play with, but then they're the ones who took it out, so I don't know. My theory doesn't stand up anymore. Still wondering why it came to pass that way, but hey, Dire Wolves, they know what they've got to utilize, and they still have many ways of denying that entry. Now, as we talked about earlier on, they bring out that Azami. here on a site like this is very important, especially when we see a lot of teams have utilized that to hold Garage a bit more effectively, and I think that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Have ADSs here on the rafter, place that, you know, the zombie kunai, and that should be enough to gain them at least more holding power in a very important post-plant position.
Yeah, I mean, the power of the keeper barricades on that rafters hold, it just cannot be understated. I mean, it's been one of the strongest positions to hold on the CCTV cache defense since the, you know, reintroduction of Clubhouse into comp, and now pairing that with bulletproof, basically mobile bulletproof shields that you can chuck whatever surface you want. I mean, that is the only real counter I've actually seen to it is a Monty. You get them up the stairs and contest that way.
It's very difficult to try and shut down. Otherwise, I mean, even if it gets taken down, that is explosive utility on the attacking side taken away.
And, well, there is one easy setup to try and counter aggression in the garage, and that is those claymores. Now that there's 2 per operator, it does make for a harder time getting those runouts, especially onto the K9 balcony. Right now, though, Obsession, they know that info is the name of the game. That's how they win these rounds, and they're utilizing these drones. Look at that cash drone.
Yeah, it's a great ping. Great information gathered already. Surprisingly, no Nomad being pulled out here, knowing that it is a second-floor defense. Silence somehow gets traded out here as they both find each other. Ed. And, okay, that's curious. Jackie Wu taken down low. Harambe gets a trade off, and they brought things down to a 3v3 effectively, especially now that Jackie Wu eventually gets taken down. Lots of action happening off the screen, but they're really trying to take this kind of bar position away from the Direwolves. It's been something that they haven't been able to do just cleanly yet, and for them to not be able to take that position makes everything else much more difficult. The one way here coming through Garage, or if they even try and go straight into Cache, it's going to be quite hard to flush them out here in the defense.
Oh, Pecan, you can't be letting frags like that slip. Roldini taking a power position in through Con. He's got the sight as well. He's just going to push on to Cash. Gets elevated, looking for angles. Souffle needs to hit his shots here if Direwolves want a chance at reprieving themselves. Nitro deep, but too deep. As the rotation comes through, Souffle's playing a dangerous game here.
Oh, my goodness. The timing works out for him, though. He gets a trade-off on the PD. Boom. Down to 2v1. It's all on Souffle. He's going to have to cook us some sort of dish if he wants to clutch this one on out. They know he's here towards the red. The Eastern Stairs is his. He takes out Rodini. 1v1. Last one left alive. He takes down Jay Lucky. There's no fortune here. Only skill as a triple kill goes their way. And the defense, the Direwolves, they scrap by with a round.
Souffle, and that's the individual skill that we've come to know from these Direwolves players. Any one of these guys can show up and clutch a 1v3 in a defensive round, in an attacking round, just in general. And so, look, I think we just put it down to round 1, bit of an outlier. Round 2, business as usual.
Well, they get the job done at the very least. For the Direwolves, they tie things up 1-1. Although they do win the round, not in a convincing way, I must say. The very single moment that we saw, I believe it was Silence, open things up through that construction, walk right in the Cache as the ace. That allowed them so much more. You can just see how he was able to basically rush him through, and once the red stairs was theirs as well, the defense of Direwolves crumbled, and without the heroics here, really, of Souffle, that would have been another Obsession round. So even if Obsession lose that round, still, I don't think it really means anything too bad for them because they are still looking on point. It's the Direwolves who I'm kind of still worried for right now, even after that round win.
Yeah, like it's not ideal, but it's being able to show up when the team needs them. So I think Direwolves, they'll take that. They'll look to reset a little bit here mentally as we hit the gym bedroom, which, I mean, again, one of those sites that has seen a huge rise in play. Teams liking it just that little bit more. But right now, I mean, yeah, nothing crazy out of the ordinary. This is cookie cutter stuff that we're seeing from both teams to start Clubhouse off.
Yeah, nothing too out of the box for the meantime. They bring in now these Rotaro drones, which is going to be, I think, a big problem, especially since we already have these Banshees pre-placed. That's not going to be anything too big of a problem, and especially if they can find... Never mind, the opening pick goes Harambe's way, and the Direwolves, they take out Silence on this sledge, so Nades now going to be taken out of the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive pick to start things off. Silence, I mean, you look at his impact last round. Yes, he died off the trade, but he took down ED in the first 30 seconds of play, which was your smoke, toxic canisters off the board. This time, not able to find any real traction, so being able to get away with it. Not to mention scot-free as well. Harambe not losing a single point of health. I mean, that's a massive advantage going into the remainder of this round.
That definitely gives him the upper hand here. Harambe making noise, but falls back. They're already expecting here a pincer, even if he gets this kill. Actually, no, the trade doesn't come in. Deadpool falls down, and he gets away scot-free with murder. Denies some drones as well on his way out, and he's found so much value from this roam. Even if he goes down here, Blue, I think he's already done his job.
Yeah, he could die here, and I think they'd be quite happy with it. But no, Harambe has found 3 kills without dropping a single point of health. And it's not like he's ratting in a corner, waiting for them to walk past him. No, Obsession had every idea about his positioning. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to capitalize. Roldini tries and will succeed this time. The power of the Type 89 in a pinch. But unfortunately, he's not quite as lucky as Harambe was. He lost a huge amount of health.
But you see how, to deal with that, he was the only one who did. And the rest of Obsession, they don't put the ample manpower to actually deal with a roamer like that. To pincer him, that could have had very different effects on Harambe, but the kill confirmed here on the PD. Boom leaves Roldini on his lonesome to take this 1v4. It's all the way towards the gym side. He's made his way in the CCTV. As soon as he crosses the cons, someone's going to be waiting for him. I believe that's Souffle, maybe even Jackie Wu around the corner there. But yeah, this round is pretty much done. Barring some heroics, I think this is all said and done for.
Yeah, look, it's a cheeky little trade there from Roldini, but he was low enough that he was going to die regardless.
Yeah.
You take it, you pad the stats at the end of the round, why not? Go for the play. But Direwolves, from a clutch up to a much more convincing round.
Yeah.
They are starting to get back into the swing of things.
Nothing super tactical about that round, though. It was pretty much Harambe just popping off and punishing here, really, the isolated looks that Obsession were giving him. And, well, if maybe your tactics aren't going right, at least the gunfights are. So, Direwolves are looking in better shape.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's unfortunately, it's that case of it's still only early, so just because they are fighting these rounds does not mean they're going to find the map. There is every possibility that Obsession turn on the afterburners hitting the defense and take for themselves. But I mean, it's ED that I'm looking at here in round 4, picking up the Vigil. The crazy thing is, usually when you see a Vigil, you see that mute extension upstairs as well, but they've forgone it. It's just ED alone.
Yeah, a lot of teams really like to employ, you know, kind of that, I know we say a lot, that old pseudo SSG type roam, but we don't really have the same type of supporting utility to expect with that. So I'm going to assume here they're going to try a hybrid of that with the Alibi and Pecan to support that roam on Vigil. And almost any time you see a Vigil being picked, it basically tells you, I want to do something about this round. I want to be as big of a pest as I can on this roam, and let me have a round or two to really get things going. So for Obsession, how they deal with this roam, I think, is going to speak a lot of how this half continues.
Last round, they kicked it off quite quickly, taking down Silence. Harambe is massive triple in that last to set themselves up. But right now, ED upstairs in gym has the rotations available. He's going to prep himself the window out onto highway. That he's prepping both windows. ED looking to get a bit aggressive here.
That might actually be the right idea. They want to make sure that they can get something done, but I think if they go a bit overeager, this might be bad. Pecan expects as he sees a shadow, but Deadpool still comes away with it.
That's the power of the ARX. It's such a great gun. Roldini finding the follow-up, and all of a sudden you've got 2 massively impactful weapons out of play in the 416 Carbine and the MX4 Storm. ED, I mean, his late round presence is going to have to be massive if Direwolves want a chance at this round.
Oh, they're sniffing him out, though. like a bloodhound, Ed, he's getting spammed through the wall. They know he's somewhere here towards the master. Drone gonna catch him out, but doesn't exactly see where. Silence on the shot. He finds him, takes him down. Not much time wasted with that at all as well. I talked about earlier, Blue Panda, how Obsession deal with this roam is gonna speak multitudes of how this half will go. And for them, they're looking pretty on point on shutting down this triple roam defense that Direwolves extended so far up.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last round because Obsession weren't expecting it. This round, they've obviously calculated the aggression coming out of a basement defense. They would have identified the Vigilant play early, and they've just isolated and won out these 3 off-site 1v1s. Right now, they're in a great spot, and Silence, does he have any idea? He's okay, yeah. I was going to say, if somehow Harambe lost that, it would have been a terrible time for the team. He does get traded out eventually. Souffle, he's going to have to do it again.
Who knows? If he gets a kill on one of these high HP players, that leaves 2 players low for the Obsession side, but that doesn't even come to pass. Deadpool finding him, looking the wrong way. And that is Obsession continuing further here. Great round, almost nearly flawless, I would say, from Obsession in many ways.
Yeah, not an ideal prospect at all for the Direwolves being read the way that they were, but I mean, we're on track to be statistically accurate for the rest of the world. That 3-3 half, which has become such a staple of Clubhouse, it's so even competitively across the board. Back to CCTV though, and this is where, you know, the Direwolves got themselves on the board for the first time. Souffle in that 1v3 clutch. Hopefully he's not forced into that situation again.
It is one of the more generally equal maps, very close to Cafe, which is why we see lots of 3-3 halves, as you talked about. It's a 45% win rate on attack and a 54% on defense for both of those maps I've mentioned. And for that to be true, I think it could definitely be a possibility here today. But we're going back up, as you said, to that cache from CCTV. We saw the garage hold a while ago not even really come into effect because, simply enough, Obsession, they saw how much utility was placed there, and they thought, we don't want to have to deal with it, we're going to go the other way. So I'm curious to see if they're actually going to now, at least they expect this to happen, if they really will commit to try and take that garage, because we saw them try and do it a while ago, but then backed off early and went for the construction when they saw just how occupied it was.
Well, there we go. Last minute setup being done here by the Direwolves. Obsession seem to be reading this map very well, though. They quite clearly have an understanding of what Direwolves are doing. Obviously, their last match being played on the same map as well.
Mm-hmm.
You got to wonder if maybe there's just a lack of flexibility from the Direwolves.
Could be a true possibility. Or perhaps they really think that this map is one that they've really figured out how to play against Obsession because of the fact that, obviously, they played it once, it worked, why change something that ain't broke? But as I said, it gives that small benefit to Obsession of knowing what to change. You see a bit of an extension here from the Direwolves defense, both horizontally and vertically, but somehow a nade, it finds the flay.
He's not going to be able to clutch it up. Now, unfortunately, he's dead. He's unfortunately going to have to rely on the rest of his team. Deadpool takes some big damage there in stock. The aggression from below in Lounge. They will... Oh, no! The Rotero drone just jumped too far and landed in the electrification field.
No. Almost on it. They pop it now, though. It should be able to deal with those bandit batteries. As Deadpool, he still somehow gets a kill, even while low within that stock. And to have stock now really assures him much less hassle for having to worry about any kind of flanks, any kind of runouts that could come out here. Harambe's going to have to come big from this garage. He's got those Kiba barriers to try and give him a bit more leverage, a bit more cover, but I'm not too sure if it's going to stand up against the push now that Obsession. They have lots of time to work with.
Oh, big kill there from Harambe. Almost gets himself a second before he falls. But you look at the health bars, this is quite easily manageable for the Direwolves. Final minute now in play. ED and Pecan have the tools to make this one work. Claymores, it doesn't look like there's any there. Jay, I believe, no, sorry, Jay's dead. I believe it's Roldini on the breach, but no, Pecan, big kill there. He's looking for it. He might just be able to clutch this up between the two of them.
Yeah, and the fact that both Silence and Deadpool are literally almost a bullet away from death, that's a big thing that Direwolves can swing around. If they get the kill here in PD Boom on that Flores, it's going to be huge for the defense of the Direwolves. Ed, he has the most health here. He has to stay alive. He doesn't have a Toxic Bathe to utilize, though. But the spot, it's trying to get planted down right now. The Diffuser, it's going down on the default spot. Deadpool finds a kill, but PD Boom also covers across to make sure that Diffuser is stuck. And the round here, won on the attack by Obsession. Looking pretty close in the end, but hey, they get it back.
There's look, again, another very well-read round from Obsession, and they're playing this quite comfortably. In a situation where Finka would almost be a necessity, they don't have that option. They're still making it work. Direwolves head to gym bedroom. They need this round for the 3-3 half. Otherwise, they send Obsession into what is, for most teams, the favoured side, being the defense, with a 4-2 half.
Yeah, and to close it out on that defense, that is big. That is really going to bode well for the further advancement of Obsession here. And they can really turn things around. I know the entire panel, the entire desk, everybody on board predicted the Direwolves, but we'd love to be proven wrong, and Obsession, they'd love to show us exactly that.
Getting themselves into it, the Frost in play for ED. I mean, it's become a bit of a staple of this site, which, I mean, is rather interesting for Clubhouse. It's not a pick that for the longest time was even considered. But now she's into it. People are absolutely loving what Frost brings in terms of site editing and the gun and the utility as well. Souffle contemplating life, staring at the wall, trying to figure out which ones they want to reinforce. I mean, it's the Rainbow Six Siege equivalent of stopping to smell the flowers, stopping to contemplate reinforcements.
I mean, you gotta take a look at the fine details of things, right? So Souffle is making sure no spot is left unclean. I'm surprised, though, that Direwolves, they don't play this with a Aruni. And a lot of teams who like to extend here further to the cache, to the CCTV, they love to play that Aruni to have the long angle in a construction and really deny the hop into that master side or into the gym even, all the way with the DMR. So to have that long range angle that you can see Jackie Wu, they completely reinforce that, which means the construction is a lot easier to hop into from the outside balcony, especially now that this CCTV wall has been blown wide open.
Early ground being taken. Jackie catching a significant chunk of damage there from, I would imagine, Deadpool and his nade. That is not ideal. I mean, there are very few gunfights where he's going to be able to come out on top, given his health disparity.
Yeah.
So that just, I mean, that puts extra pressure on the shoulders of the remaining Direwolves players.
You're going to need a quick, clean headshot, or maybe just a cheeky angle to catch somebody off to get a kill here. That's all he can really do. Waste time, try and get a bit more. He actually does deny Deadpool from just bum rushing himself into that CCTV as Pecan gets a kill on PD Boom. Direwolves, they have the advantage, but for how long will it really stand? Magnet out here in the Wamai to keep him in check, to keep him safe. But Obsession, I don't think they're fussing too just yet, because Deadpool, he has Jackie Wu's number, and that gives him the entire east side of this second floor.
They know the player is coming up. Red Stairs and Harambe.
Perfect.
Is just going to feed the kill over to Deadpool, unfortunately, and it's that power of the information game once again.
Yeah, it's a great frag being found here by Deadpool. Construction is there, so they're trying to pincer on it right now. 4v3, Silence. He's going to drop down as soon as he knows that he's had a safe avenue to do so. Jay Lucky finds a contact, and Rodini follows up on it. Pecan going down. 2v3 as the trades come on in. It's all down to Souffle. Once more is going to have to try and clutch this out in the final round of the half. Will he be able to tie things up, or do Obsession go up 4-2 to get a very strong opener? Deadpool making that contact. They know where Souffle is. It will be planted down here to Diffuser, and it's back now here to Souffle to try and bring things back. 1v2. He gets a kill on Rodini. He knows where the follow-up is. He cannot find it as Deadpool makes sure that this chapter is closed. 4-2. What an opening half from Obsession. Even barring without that Finka, they get the job done.
This is where things start to get scary for Direwolves. Defense is for most teams the favoured side. Obsession take a very convincing half on the attack. And they now go down to the basement to start their defensive campaign off. Direwolves, again, continue this worrying trend of just looking shaky.
Yeah, they look a lot more wayward here, Direwolves, than what we're used to, especially in a map like Clubhouse. The defensive side here, going all the way down to the basement is what Obsession want to start with. Direwolves, hopefully whatever woes they had on defense, it's not going to continue on true for the attacking side. They pull out the Nomad here, which I was talking about a while ago, but I don't think it's as big of a problem coming down to the basement, although still quite useful, especially if they expect a very heavy roam. Some teams, if they expect presence up top, maybe on the top floor, and they're taking the basement, they won't even bother to clear that top floor. They'll lay those Nomad air jabs around the stairs, maybe around some of the hatches, and make sure that they're really going to just be diligent on those flanks to catch any flanker. And that might just be what Direwolves are going to try and go for here, because they realize, hey, if we try and clear the entirety of the map, we're probably going to be bled out of time, and I'm sure that's what they're going to try and be wary of.
Oh dear. I mean, you look at the frags across the board. Jackie and ED collectively are 2 and 11.
Yikes.
I mean, that is shocking numbers to be putting up for a team that went to the Charlotte Major. I'll say it again. They were there. They represented our region.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they are just... It feels like a vastly different team, despite no real changes being made. And you look at Obsession and what they're bringing, Raldini, you can just see how comfortable he feels to get aggressive onto that Logi hatch. Silence as well, bringing the Thunderbird, so they've got that added longevity in the round. And he's also running the Spaz 15 over the Spear 3-8. So Obsession quite clearly feeling comfortable here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, they want to lock things down. They want to outlast the competition, and it's exactly what Obsession are playing for. Those Kona stations are something we've seen quite high commonplace in defending this basement site, but Ed finds a big pick on the Deadpool, and he's only going to have this one life to play, so for them to take out the Mute this early on, I think that's really big for not only their plant potential, but even especially in the post. So great job here done by Direwolves at the very least to get themselves an ally to work with coming into this round.
Not just that, but it's also Obsession's top frag at Deadpool up until this round, obviously sitting at 9 and 2, having a massive impact on the game so far. But you look at the setup already, you look at how this attack has come together. Hatches are open, avenues available down into the basement. Obsession are going to have to rely on their gunplay to be able to win this out.
Oh, but is that really what they have to do? Because Harambe and the rest of the Direwolves, they're the ones winning out the gunfights here. I say they might have to try something a bit tactically. They can go for a bit of a risk to maybe get a pick off. I think that's what they have to do. They're at the man disadvantage, and Direwolves, they're going to get ready to pounce very soon. If they anchor within here, if they merely just hold and sit tight and let the tidal wave come towards them, it might be too big of a wave for them to try and fend off. Contact made here towards the blue at PD Boom, quick on the trade. He still gets a kill to Harambe, able to find that one on the attacking side here. The Direwolves, they're looking for a potential very dominating opening round, but Jackie Wu falls down. Pecan quick on the trade, and that's the Direwolves slowly crawling back to bring the scoreline 3-4.
Not quite sure what Souffle's plan was there, just looking for the drop shot through the hatch, only to be absolutely ripped apart. But there you go, Direwolves, their first attack, very, very comfortable. And I mean, this is quickly shaping up to be an attacker-sided Clubhouse, which isn't something that we really have seen much of.
Yeah, that's maybe not the most commonplace situation for us to see, but hey, sometimes statistics are there to be broken, same as promises and rules, right? No? Okay. 4-3, Direwolves, they're slowly calling back into this one. As we said, it wasn't a big cushion anyway for Obsession to work with, but look at their defense. The Goyo, first time being pulled out here, and what site was it? I didn't really catch it.
Oh, it's CCTV cache. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. That's a curious pick. What do you think about this, for them to pull out the Goyo when we haven't seen it all game? On this site, especially.
I mean, teams are running it at the moment. I mean, you set the Vulcan packs. Usually you set one up by the breach, one by the CCTV window, one by cache door. So it's not like we aren't seeing it. Okay, so there's going to be one in the raft as well. The curious thing for me is that there's no Azami. Obsession not willing to pick her up into this round when she's arguably one of the most impactful operators in the game at the moment.
That maybe gives us a sign that they don't really are going to bother to have too much importance on holding that garage. But saying that, I think, did they reinforce the walls down below garage? It doesn't seem to be the case. So they really don't have much of a plan in terms of holding this garage, which is a very strong post-plant position that the Direwolves are going to really want to take. They do have, though, double ADS, the very old school way of holding this garage rafter. As Roldini, he's going to be playing that position, but I don't know. These might be new tricks that they need. Oh, that's a great trick.
Oh, the timing. Oh, that could not have gone any better for Obsession there. They checked the wall. That's exactly what Harambe was doing. He was checking the wall to see if there was any sort of denial. They saw that it wasn't the case. The run out from Roldini not going to be successful. And that's your Rafters player. He's just giving his life away freely.
Yeah, that's a garage given away. I think PD Boom is here to try and pick up the slack, but still, it'd be quite difficult to do. Okay, I see the reinforcements now. It's only on that one side of the garage, but Harambe, okay, he punishes Deadpool. They're really insistent to try and go for these ambitious runouts, but it's gained them a single kill, but only that. Still 3v4 in the Direwolves' favor.
Rather interesting read from Obsession, rather. I find it hard to justify that level of aggression on a CCTV cache defense. I mean, yeah, the first kill, understandable, but
a follow-up?
Yeah, just the fact that we saw Deadpool as well commit to it, only to lose his life, and the hard breach is already done, so Souffle is not going to be the most significant loss. Jackie Wu on the breach wants to clear the bulletproof camera, will get that in spades, and Harambe, a triple for him in the round. He's having a massive second half here.
Yeah, playing that backline has been big for him.
I don't know what Obsession are doing.
Maybe they don't either. It seems like, you know, that insistence for theirs to just go on what would be the clip play has been really punishing them. I'm not too sure if it's exactly what they need right now. Still, Nitro Cell abound for Obsession. Can maybe get a free kill off of this, off the planter when it does come to it. They can hear it being stuck. The defuse, the plant going down, but Jay Lucky, he can't be found. Nade works out in the end here for the attacking Direwolves, and they've tied this thing up.
I mean, yeah, basically a flawless round there. They lost one initially from the run out, but from there, it was, I mean, Harambe, a massive triple for him in the round playing on the ace of that AK-12. Direwolves, I don't know. I don't know what caused this hesitation, what caused the uncertainty in the first half, but it seems like they've shaken that off and they're ready to go.
My goodness. Well, Direwolves, they've certainly started to come alive on this attacking side just when they needed to. Gym and Bedroom, a site that we've actually seen commonplace. A lot of teams like to start on here in the region lately, but it hasn't been coming, at least not in this game. Direwolves, I mean, rather, Obsession, they actually pull out the Aruni here, which I'm going to expect that extension towards the entire cache side and have a quite similar hold to what we saw from the Direwolves a while ago. It's pretty much a standard way most teams like to play this, but complemented with an Echo, I think this is going to give them a very different look that I'm not too sure if the Direwolves are ready for just yet.
I mean, yeah, it's an intriguing pick. I think this probably slips lower on what is standard, the what is standard list rather, than the Goyo. I think we'd see more Goyo than we see Echo at the moment, given just how easy it is to try, you know, clear out the Yokai.
Well, now we see both.
But yeah, we're getting both of them, so I'm intrigued as to what the game plan is here for Obsession. Do they just sit Jay Lucky somewhere off site and hope that his Yokais go to work? Do they sit him, I mean, even in the bathroom could be the play, just sit him there, sit on the drones, play for the information game, but that's effectively leaving one player constantly looking for the info and not able to commit to gunfights.
Well, a difference we are seeing from the defense here of Obsession towards his cache side is they actually have a rotation now into that steel stairs, into red, which is something that we didn't see Direwolves kind of pull out, so they want to have a bit more active mobility when it comes to that. They do also have, you know, obviously the ADS and deployable shield to really hold on to this, but I don't see if there's any much support. There is Silence, I think, who has, yes, a hole on that walk-in if it ever comes through, but Jackie Wu, he flushes Rodini out of this, who realizes this is a bit too much for him to try and hold, but still gets a kill. Huge pick off here. He finds on the Ed. He does get traded out immediately, but Silence ready for the trade. Great hold here so far, and great trades from Obsession's defense.
Yeah, look, that's not ideal at all. Silence picking up that kill. Man, unfortunately, it is what it is. Direwolves are going to have to manage regardless. And luckily, they still have some very competent fraggers alive and in play. Souffle will notice that mute jammer in and should be able to circumvent it, which it seems that he has. So Direwolves, they're not really going to miss a beat here.
They're not problematic just yet. It's really, if they lose another pick, that's going to be a big problem for them. They still have their double hard breach. So they lose a Thatcher, as you said. It's still something they can work around, but... Oh, okay. I didn't know you had hops like that, Yokai, but he gets lots of information from that, and still Silence. He follows up on it. Now they're in a problem. 1v3. Souffle, can he clutch this out, this time on the attacking side?
Another 1v3 for Souffle. Honestly, it's just another day at the office. It seems like spots the player rotating in through Lodge. He finds Silence, almost lines up the player again in logistics. With 35 remaining, Deadpool might be the difference maker here.
Oh, he's getting information on one, but he has no idea about the Aruni on the walk-in. Still, PD Boom comes out of it on top. And what a hold here. Finally, coming in from that Obsession side. So Direwolves slowly crawl back into the game to tie things up, but when they had the opportunity to take the lead, Obsession, they keep him at bay.
We did talk about it, potential for an upset, and Obsession might just be the team to deliver here. Direwolves looks, I mean, it's a bizarre world. It always seems to be here in the Ops League. You come into it with assumptions, only for those to be proven wrong. Obsession, 2 rounds away from closing it out, and that's the only real thing we know for sure right now.
That's definitely going to be coming very soon, at the cusp of match point right now, Obsession. But Direwolves, this has been the back and forth game this entire match, this entire map, so I'm not going to expect anything less than even potential final round of regulation and or hell, overtime. So let's see how the Direwolves, they've been responding pretty well against some of these runs being put out by Obsession. Defense going back up towards that CZ, TV, and Cash, but this time a lot more insistence to really focus down on the garage side. You can see them. They've reinforced the entirety of the below. They've got this Kiba barriers up top with Jay Lucky on that Zami. That will really give them a lot more holding power. I think something that they needed on those earlier rounds of the half.
I was going to try something a little bit different here. ED bringing in the Capital, so they're going to look to try and flush out that player on the rafters with the asphyxiating bolts, obviously without a Wemai in play. Unfortunately, the egg is not quite enough to deal with Capital. And I think that, yeah, this Azami pick, well, good, might not be enough to battle up against this Capital.
That Capital can really circumvent a lot of what, I guess, Obsession have come into this round prepared with. I think that's going to be a big thing that they might not be too keen on circumventing just yet, or at least dealing with. You can see a lot, pretty much almost all of those Kiba barriers, and have committed to holding on to the rafters so that they don't have to worry about him using anything else. Ed opening this up will allow him to crawl through, but also gives him an angle on the hop in at the tight end of those rafters. So they really want to make sure they deal with this early, especially while they have the Capital alive.
Yeah, and I think Jay Lucky's written to that quite well. Don't let the Capital go to work through that garage door. Pops the Keeper barricade to cover the window. Gives them the angle onto the feet as well. So Obsession adjusting quite well to try and deny a lot of this utility. But it's the smoke bolts that could definitely enable Direwolves to make a play here. get them in just inside the breach, go for the plant inside the smoke, and then look to try and play for the post plant.
They do have a Nitro cell here, though, in the Deadpool to make that smoke plant much more difficult, as well as the Toxic Baids from Silence on that smoke. So a lot of util to at least burn here for the Direwolves before they even get into a position where they can go for a plant. And I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to try and dismantle that at least successfully.
These nades, though, could definitely make a bit of a difference too. Pings out. And it might just be enough to set themselves up for the opening into Con. Souffle, you can see he's ready to pull that trigger, get himself in. They open up the Con wall. They've got so many angles into the site. The fact that there's still 10 players alive in the server is insane.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock. We have to kick on it right now. Roldini finds one, but trade out immediately. 3v3 as Jay Lucky ties things up. Roldini's down on the floor, though. Damage being done here, but Jay Lucky still loses. Jackie Wu finding that kill. 2v3. They've taken over the site. The cash is theirs as of the moment. Roldini's back up. Deadpool there to save him, to get him back up to fighting capacity. They get the plant on down, but from the red stairs, Deadpool connects, brings it down to a 2v2. They know where they're coming from as of the moment. Roldini has to come in big, but they find both of the kills as Direwolves. They do not concede match point just yet. They fight back and they make sure they keep this game close.
That was dangerous. That was very dangerous in a game like Rainbow Six Siege, where a headshot is all the difference. Despite blinking health bars for the side of Obsession, they could have quite easily clutched that up. But we find ourselves now at 5-5 with a guarantee of full regulation rounds at the bare minimum. But I mean, again, all signs are pointing towards overtime at the very least.
Yeah, Panda, we're not going to end this midnight trade so soon just yet. I think we're going all the way. I think we're going the distance on this game to be a close one, and that could be very true for the next one as well. Obviously, as things are tightening up near the final play days of this stage, teams, they want to put out their best, and they want to make sure they've put their best foot on the ground. In this case, the basement is where Obsession, they're going to try and regain this lead, retain the momentum they had to bring us potentially into match point. I mean, no matter what happens, we will get to match point. Question is, will it be Direwolves at the front of that, or Obsession leading the charge?
Yeah. I mean, that is the question at the moment. It's just impossible to call it one way or the other. The Harambe having a great game. Jackie in that last round, some magnificent kills there to bring his team back through it. But we head down to the basement, and this site, I mean, it's such a dicey one. It can be incredibly hard to attack, but it can also be incredibly hard to contest once the attackers are set up and going for that execute. So, yeah, really, it's about who comes in the most prep to this round.
They do have a Maestro being pulled out here by Jay Lucky. Did they place one of his Evil Eyes upstairs? Some teams like doing that, either towards the bar or towards the kitchen. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're both committed to within the site. And this will give them... I'm seeing Obsession really wanting to play off of utility that they can actively use for information. You see many of a Valkyrie or an Echo, and having that kind of third-party presence is what they like to utilize here to really shake things up on Direwolves. But the fact that they pull out, I think, this Dokkaebi is big for their anti-roam, especially knowing that how Obsession, they like to spread things out on the defense, and Direwolves, they don't want their time wasted at all. This could be tricked. I think it will be.
Now the set of X-Cars to go up, but unfortunately, that's all your impact grenades use, and oh, that's not ideal. Wasted time in terms of producer boom, getting through that rotate. It's all starting to come apart. Nitro cell in the hands of Deadpool. He's not going to toss it out just yet. There's so much time still remaining for the Direwolves. They are making absolute work of this round.
Yeah, Obsession, they're kind of sent in for a scramble. You can see them running left and right. Headless Chickens who are trying to look for what to do exactly. Could be a breakdown here, but you can still turn this round around. They haven't lost much just yet. Only time. And every second ticking is going to favor them out in the end. Silence, he's going to have a big job. To play that back bar is going to be big, to hold on against a church push and against the Moto drop. Harambe, Early damage done towards him, and as I said, the hold here coming from Silence is being big, but Pecan, he finds a double. Roldini is stubborn down. They're all crumbling here, as the only one left alive is going to be Silence, and he will be quiet as a flawless round somehow finds his way within the site. They don't expect him, and he strikes from beneath.
Pecan with a colossal 4K to push Direwolves onto map point. They had us in the beginning, but right now they are the ones primed and ready to close out Clubhouse in regulation as well. I mean, that round in particular is going to be crushing to Obsession. It really is going to be a true testament to their capabilities and future as to how well they bounce back from it.
Where did he even come from? Was that from Blue? How did he?
I don't know, because he was. I think it may have even been bottom main, because he was in that church corridor. He just pushed on through, I think.
Ah, I see. I think you were expecting right Silence. He was holding out the angle. It was Arambe who was making contact from that main stairs, and somehow within all the chaos, Pecan might have been able to slip through. Might be right. Come around towards the Arsenal side, and still just able to slither his way there. It's Obsession who didn't realize the snake was in the grass. You're going now this time towards the Master and Garage side, and I'm curious to see Obsession. They've tried new things here, but going back to some old favors, the Echo coming out once more with the Aruni combo. Direwolves, they've picked up their steam, they picked up the pace, and finally they've changed the lead towards their favor. They could close this out right here, right now.
They could indeed. Jay Lucky, bring the Echo. I mean, this is again what we saw last time they set themselves up for this defense. I mean, that yokai drone, that out through the hatch, was just insane information, and that I think sealed the deal on Direwolves' fate. The hatch is open again, and Direwolves, they need to realize this, and that the yokai is in play.
Yeah, I don't think they have any notion of where that yokai was the last time around. They didn't get eyes on it, so that is still going to be a trick that Obsession, they're going to be able to play once more here. Cards that Direwolves didn't even realize were dealt on the table. They get this CCTV wall open. No real presence on the defensive side from Obsession here. We saw Rodini hold on to that red stairs a while ago, supported by some utility, but that isn't going to be the case anymore. Having a much more, I guess, firm intent of giving that up early. Too sure if that's going to be the right decision to make here.
Deadpool looking for a run out.
Cheeky.
Not going to find it, unfortunately. Yokai in towards Con. Oh my lord, default cameras are still up there. So hopefully that gets dealt with soon, otherwise they could find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you can't forget to destroy the default cams. Look at how much information Deadpool is gathering here. They finally spy it out, I think. No, still not. They're not shooting it out. They have no idea. They've completely forgotten about the default cam. That lets Silence walk out and find the kill on the Rambe. That drops the ace. They still have a Thermite to utilize, but simple mistakes for such a veteran team have been costing them these rounds.
And they had Claymores in play. There was no Claymore to deny the jump out of the window. The default camera is still up. Direwolves, what are you doing?
They haven't seen it just yet. Look, he's walking by.
Still up.
Jackie Wu's... No, this is Ed. He's walking by without them even realizing. They knew he was going to peek there because Rodini still had the cams on it. Jackie Wu finds a kill. Peeky Boom quick on the trade. 1v3. Obsession. They're going to bring this to overtime off of a huge blunder here by the Direwolves.
I am genuinely baffled.
Speechless.
Direwolves undefeated 7-0 record in stage 1 of Apex South to a team that... Whoa! Souffle.
Okay.
There you go. He flicks the switch, but he's got no health to work with. He is going to have to hit the headshot immediately if he wants a chance at the win here. The plant going down, Jay.
No way.
Just playing the audio cues. No, Souffle may have baited himself out here.
He does. He could have gotten that first plant if he stuck it. Obsession. He scraped by with a round. Good effort from Souffle once more. He has been really so potent in those clutch opportunities. But this time around, we go into overtime once again. Man, Direwolves, I'm still speechless about the blunder in that round. But obviously, guys, we have to take a look. It's not a vacuum. They're playing with a lot more pressure, a lot more chaos happening in their perspective. Still, these are things we can only point out and just wonder how differently it could have went.
But like I was saying, undefeated stage 1.
We go back
Charlotte
to that.
major contenders to a team that forgets to clear out defaults. That's, I mean, I'm sorry, at this level of play, that's inexcusable. Like they shouldn't be making those mistakes.
Yeah, that's it's a far cry from the usual look of the Direwolves. But hey, sometimes even writers, singers, they forget their own songs, don't they? Direwolves, they're the ones in the scramble right now. They look like a mess in that last round. Hopefully, they can continue, at least for their sake, to rally back the same way they were in the opening stages of this half. Obsession, they're looking okay. I'm not saying they're looking super on point in that round, because they had the benefit of basically free cams on the entirety of the Direwolves team, but hey, they're able to capitalize off of it. It takes a good team to punish those opportunities given. Direwolves, we're back up here to the gym, and I want to see if Obsession are going to be able to show them how it's done.
The unfortunate thing being that Obsession have looked good on both halves. Like, even though their defense was the weaker of the two, the defense rounds that they won were quite convincing.
Yeah.
So Direwolves really have their work cut out for them. Harambe, this could be absolutely massive, but no, it's Pixels that separates him from the angle. I don't believe they noticed or heard that, though.
Doesn't seem like it.
He's got the impact as well. He could quickly pop this door and go for a run out, but he's not committing to it just yet.
Yeah, the timing doesn't feel like it's there for him, so he backs off instead, trying to trust his instincts. Jackie Wu gonna take his place instead to play up top and have to deal with anything coming from that eastern side. The rest here of Obsession, I think they're gonna try and deal with this wall. It is electrified, though, with the batteries. They've got that Thatcher, obviously, to make things simple, but, early damage here being done. Harambe trades damage with Deadpool. Both of them can buy and really walk away with it pretty banged up.
Well, Jackie Wu down. Deadpool still making it work, despite not having the healthiest of pools available to himself right now. And again, it's just these little openings that Obsession are taking. That Direwolves, I mean, it's again looking like a possibility that this just slips away from them.
Oh, on the swing, doesn't realize how close Rodini actually was already. 3v5 Obsession, looking pretty good on this attacking side. Deadpool, still alive. Ed, can have the timing to hop out, but doesn't feel like it as of the moment. He has to worry about that open hole at the end of the construction hall. Make sure nobody comes his way. Ed, he goes for the gamble, but that's a gambit he wins out. Goes for the second, but Silence quick on the trade, realizing where he was. A double already for him. This round is crumbling. It's down to Pecan this time to try and pull some trick out of his hat.
1 versus 4. The drone
sees him, I think
may have spotted him. Producer Boom just jumped into a frost mat in Logi. It was below the hatch. That wasn't droned out. Pecan looking to swing main stairs, finds the kill, looking for the finish onto the player in the frost mat. 1 versus 2. Now in doable territory here. This could be all Direwolves, but no. It's all come apart. Obsession take the first round of overtime. No hero play.
Yeah.
No redemption, unfortunately, for Pecan.
Pecan was almost there. At the cusp of bringing it down to a 1v1. Jay Lucky could have found himself being at the end of the barrel. Obsession, they bring this into a potential winnable state. Direwolves, they're the ones who have to answer back. It's their attacking side now, which we want to see. Fortunately for them, it was their attacking side as well. That seemed a bit more proficient compared to their defense, and so hopefully that is going to be something that continues on further. It seems like your theory of this potentially being a attacker-sided map on some wayward days could be true here.
Oh dear. Basement, the site of choice for Obsession, and not the worst of choices in all honesty. This has been a bit of a war of attrition for both teams to try and attack into it. Direwolves found their success on the attack, so realistically, if we're going by the numbers, this should be a win for them and we go on to the final round of the map. Then it's a coin toss, but I mean, that was a brutal round that Obsession dealt to Direwolves. This is not looking good.
Yeah, it's not a hand you want to start with. It's not a good roll. Direwolves, Thatcher, Zophie. Actually, they might switch out the Thatcher instead for the Jackal. Prioritizing, really flushing out a lot of the potential roam here on the Obsession side. They pull out the Warden. Something I wasn't expecting just yet, but yeah, they commit to that Jackal. And here we go. Ace and Hibana to try and open things up. Direwolves, I think, rather Obsession, curious for them to pick here in the potential final round of the game to take that Warden out.
It's understandable. We are seeing more and more of the Warden coming into play with operator picks. Obsession. It looks like almost an early retreat onto the site. Producer Boom, given the job of holding blue, I would imagine the power of the Warden there. Hexcaris to come into play. There are 2 impacts for Jay Lucky, so there's no real significant impact trick going to be available. It should just be a momentary slowdown at the very least, but you've got 14 remaining after this impact, so they should be good for the hatch.
Oh, they're going to make quick work of anybody trying to walk through any smokes with that. Jackie Wu is in the lounge. Could potentially flush Roldini out here if he's not careful. The scan comes up. They have 1 more to utilize on this attacking side for the Direwolves. They can open up this entirety of the hall on the kitchen to get an angle down below. But Roldini, he finds that kill on the Jackie Wu, who was trying to flush him out, but he was kind of unsupported in that anti-roam endeavor of his, in that solo hunt of his, that he finds himself being the prey, not the predator.
Yeah, and that's not ideal. That's his sledge on a basement attack, so
yeah,
Dio was going to be playing from a bit of a disadvantage. At the very least, they have the hatch open. They have the avenues down into the site, but it's that numbers disadvantage that could cripple them.
They still have the Shadi on Ed if they want any softball destruction, as well as the breaching charge here on Harambe. So that's what they got to utilize. A minute left on the clock. I'm not sure how this blue take is going to go, but they have to be successful in it. The fact that there's so many angles they're going to have to deal with as soon as they walk in, with them having those footholds, that's big. Here comes out the flush, though. You can see Roldini crossing on over. Does he even know that Ed is here? I don't think he does. He wouldn't have crossed that way if he did, but he has to be careful about that possibility. Ed still biding his time. Roldini's going to get shut down from underneath. Doesn't realize where they're coming from. And Obsession, they take map number 1 in such spectacular fashion. Upsetting here the Direwolves. What a game and what a match we just saw from the victory of OBS.
I'm blown away. Obsession have gone from strength to strength. Direwolves, well, the opposite is true, obviously. I mean, the fact that their most potent side, being the attack here on Clubhouse, lost flawlessly in overtime is just, I mean, it's baffling. But it is what it is. And all you can really do at the end of a map like that is commend Obsession for the way that they played their siege today.
Yeah, they really looked like the team today. They showed up and got things done, stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park against the Direwolves. We saw a lot more, I guess, learning throughout the game coming in from this Obsession side. Like when we saw earlier on their defensive side, you know, they didn't really put much insistence on holding that garage side on the rafter side when they were playing on cash. And then the next time they tried to play on cash, they finally had that Azami. They finally had more utility to support that. So you can see just the adjustments and the learning process, the reading that we were seeing and the adjustments we were seeing from the Obsession side is, I think, what benefited them in the end and what really helped them take this game. But Direwolves, they funk out, and as you were saying a lot of times, for a team who have gone the heights that they've gone, this is a far cry from what we're normally seeing from them.
Yeah, look, You want to say it's just a one-off, a flash in the pan, something that probably won't be repeated ever, but consistency is the telling point for this team. Consistently, they have stumbled against teams that realistically they shouldn't have. So, I mean, I don't know what needs to change, but clearly something does.
Yeah. Consistently inconsistent. That is a paradox that no team wants to be enveloped by and wants to be in the thick of, but that's what we're seeing right now from the Dire Wolves. Once again, not the normal face that we're used to seeing from them, but I think we're ready to now go into a break. No quick recap for you guys because we're going to come back after this break. We'll see you guys in a bit. No, not yet. I'm sorry, I lied. Blame the caster. That was my fault. I was off script. We actually, I think, are going to be looking at the match results. Is that where we're at? Or we're looking at the giveaways? I'm not too sure exactly. So we're going to talk about the game further moving on. What do you think, Blue Panda? I'm going to put you in the hot seat here. What do you think is really the biggest contributing factor of why the Dire Wolves seem the way they be? What is that consistently inconsistent thing that keeps them from breaking through so far, Ridley?
I mean, that's the hard thing. It's hard to pin it down. There's been no roster swaps for the team. There's been, I think, the most significant difference between stage 1 and where we are now is the introduction of Azami, and even then, like, I don't think that is enough to contribute or explain why Dire Wolves find themselves in the position there. And maybe it is just that post-major curse for APAC teams. And make sure you get yourselves in on the giveaway as well. Remember, hashtag Fight for Glory in chat. Get yourself some R6 credits and a potential Operations League SEA pin. And look, it's heartbreaking, especially, I mean, Dire Wolves are a New Zealand org. I'm a New Zealand caster. You want to be able to back the team. But when like you said, consistently inconsistent, when results like that are coming through against teams which realistically they should be taking down in regulation as well, given that I have no idea what is contributing to this, because like I said, same team from last stage, nothing really significant has changed.
Well, don't worry, but not a single team or organization from my regions even made it here. But, I mean, to your point, yeah, that's super true for them, right? We look at the Dire Wolves, no big meta changes, really. Nothing done with the comp, rather with the roster. Comp here and there, but still old shades of the past. And the Azami isn't really as big, I think, of a complete shift as what we would maybe normally attribute this type of woes to. So I look at this team and I'm wondering, as you say, maybe it could just be them not having that rest as compared to some of the other teams here who have had that benefit of the doubt. But we're going to see which teams cannot remain undoubtedly as awesome as they are. When we come back from this break, I am Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. We are going to see you guys in a bit with the second match of the day.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylus, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Good damage being dealt here by the Clash. I mean, look at it go. The switch over to the Super
Oh,
Sonic from
no!
outside.
No!
Supper! No way! Somehow, the vertical being opened up. That's actually the bomb side. It's Pecan through the floor to find the kill on the Phenomenal Souffle is downed, however, but inside of the pantry, Pecan goes huge.
No!
With the shotgun for 3. Direwolf.
Unfortunately, this is out of his reach just now. Jackie Wu going to turn this corner, going to win that trade and pick up 2 for himself on a double kill.
Schwan, he's waiting here in the corner. If they don't expect this, then he can get found, and that he does. Going big. Toxic Bathe still in the hands here of Ray C, but he doesn't win out the fight against Jackie Wu. A 4K quad kill.
The rest of the attackers are in an advantage. Tolji and Ape, of course, on that board mean that it is anyone's game at all times.
I mean, I like it on rifles, but the SMG-11, who knows?
Oh! Ape! I'm telling you, man, it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
Well, he's certainly proving me wrong! But Ape, he gets a triple kill in the hand. Monkey business abound. Toxic Babe to pop off. And I have sunken in my words.
It's all down to Pecan. 1v3, downs 1. Can he find 2?
Oh, there's no way he's gonna win this fight. He's sprinting. There's a shotgun wave.
Oh.
He retrieves the diffuser. How does Pecan actually get away with this? 30 seconds. He's gonna go in for the plant.
Well, they might just be able to come out on top. The one that is spotted, second one does! Pecan lands it! He just plays it down to a T like it's nothing in Vienna.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Operation League SEA here. You guys are obviously looking at the regular season day number 12. I'm Black and Blue. With me back here is Blue Panda, and we just saw the Direwolves lose to Obsession. But before we get talking in the game, I have to thank our sponsors, Kingston Fury. That wouldn't be possible without them. Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. How are you doing, Blue Panda, after that opening match we had?
Look, Obsession take the win. Yes, in overtime, but they take a win, which is the main thing here. Which, look, the odds of Upset City coming through, I think, are quite high tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if Direwolves aren't the only ones on the receiving end of a warping tonight.
Yeah, it could be definitely them getting lynched at the end of this, but I'm curious to see how these next few games will go. So, we obviously had that opening match go Obsession's way, but we've got some other games here today. The next one being Fury versus Champion, and that is going to be a match that I think is going to be pretty well fought over once more, because the last time these two teams went at it, they went all the way to overtime, 7-8, with Fury barely edging things out in the end. So I don't know, I think we kind of predicted Fury to win, but as we saw from a while ago, the teams that have kind of separated themselves, those gaps are being closed in quite quickly.
I mean, yeah, it's also worth remembering some of the matches the Champion have had. Like, they've had a pretty big season so far. They've looked very, very good so far. They took Elevate to overtime. Yes, they lost 8-7, but even still, they beat Direwolves in overtime. They beat Fury in overtime. So it's not like these guys are slouches. They've also taken, they've taken they've taken all 4 Apex South teams to overtime and had mixed results there. So I think, yeah, Fury have reason to be concerned. In saying that, they're looking better than they have for a long time.
Yeah, it definitely could be a case of these guys that we see right here, the Champions. They could be the exact type of, I guess, just really free-flowing type of team that completely shakes up and hits these type of teams that already have Apex South experience with a very different look, something that they're not used to seeing, a wild card, if you may, that has been a complete dark horse in this to take down some of the best teams we have here in the Operation League. But we're talking about Fury versus Champion to start off the day. We're going to look at Fury first and foremost, a team we have seen in the past like Collis, Hajime, Dark, BG Man, and I9. What is your read on this team, Blue Panda?
Look, I mean, the biggest thing to talk about since his injection into the team, I9 has, I don't know what it is, but he's been obviously bringing his experience, bringing his capabilities to this roster, and they have done a complete 180 from Stage 1. I mean, Stage 1, they were the polar opposite of Direwolves. They didn't pick up a single victory. Now here in Stage 2, they're looking like a team that can contend with the best in Apex South. In fact, there was a brief while that it looked like they were potentially going to be one of the 2 teams going in the major. At the moment, I think there's still a slight... No, sorry, never mind. They're locked out at the moment, unfortunately. There is no real chance for them to go to the major. But, I mean, that's a pretty significant turnaround given how the year started.
Yeah, big, really revitalization of what they used to be to what they are now. But now we're looking at Champion, your Labyrinth, Zerlotic, Farlord, Pawaret, and Watmalan, who have also been having themselves a pretty uptick season so far. What can you tell us about these guys here, Blue Panda?
I mean, there's some cracked gunners. When they show up, they can honestly punch with the best. Like, they have got some scary capabilities when it comes to a game day. Like I said, they've taken a number of very, very good teams to overtime in this competition. So here today, I would not be surprised if they make Fury work for it.
This definitely could go either way. I mean, we have seen them already take Fury to the end and come out on top, close things out again. And once more, we're going to be playing on Oregon. It's making me wonder if... Do they do a remap veto for their rematch? Because the last time these guys fought each other was in Oregon. Same thing with, the teams we saw a while ago. So it's quite curious that we're going to get back on the same battlefield, the same battleground that these two teams have already fought on over, and that gives a benefit to Fury of knowing what to do.
Yeah, I think it's more of a case of just keep it as simple as possible. Both these teams are familiar with each other. They know that they can go toe-to-toe with their opponents. So keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate things. Go back to Oregon. And again, another staple of the Siege competitive map pool. And if you could avoid that mistake, which teams seem to be making quite consistently as of late, keep it simple, play your game, look for the victories.
Yeah. Less things could go awry if you keep things a bit more dry. That's what I like to say. Oregon, for us to go back here once again, not only this time does it give that benefit to Fury, but hey, in the very fair case, they're going to need some new tools to come in to this game, Champion, if they want to really shake things up. But who knows? Maybe not too much is to be changed, because they also know that they have found that formula to success against this Fury squad on Oregon. I mean, the last time they did play against each other, and it was on Oregon as well, we saw the opening half here, the defensive side, really work well out for Champion. 3-3 on either, and that is where I think both teams are pretty neck and neck in. They are very solid both on the attacking and defensive side, so I don't think the side swap is going to matter as much as potentially them just being able to close out individually.
Yeah, I mean, the two newest players of this roster, BG Man and I9, have really been standouts for Fury. And just that, like I said, that level of experience they're now bringing to the team, paired with their inherent capabilities on top of it, they're honestly, it's only a matter of time before they are heading to a major to represent APAC South, and I could not be more excited for that eventuality. Kicking the map off, we see Thatcher banned out by Champion. I mean, the go-to on Oregon, nothing crazy out of the ordinary there. I would imagine we're likely going to see maybe even that Finker again, but more likely Maverick. No, Hibana, there we go.
All right. Hibana banned to come out here in Oregon. Hatches, stay closed, it seems. Thatcher also being taken out. I mean, that's kind of expected, especially like when you're going for like a bunker push, you just clear out everything with a single click of button. Makes sense. But the opening ban here, I wouldn't be surprised if we get like an Aruni or Kaid does come on out, or hell, maybe even a Nazami to come out here. We have been seeing a bit more of an uptick in that ban.
Yeah, I think it would be smart, but it also, do you let Mira through? Do you let Valkyrie through? One of the three is going to have to slip through here. Even the Wamai could be a possibility. It really comes down to what Champion want, and Nazami will be taken out. She is so strong on this map, so it's understandable. But, I mean, Black, Mira, Valkyrie, Wamai in play, defense is pretty scary.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have known how effective a Valkyrie and a Mira has been for the test of time, but at the very least, that also means that these teams, they've had time to try and dissect that, to dismantle that, to learn how to play against it. Azami, a lot more new on the table. Something that maybe they just don't want to have to deal with right now. They know the power of it. They know just how strong it can allow them to hold angles that don't exist, pretty much. And Fury, they're like, well, let's not deal with that. Let's go straight into, rather, Champion. They're like, let's not deal with that. Let's go straight into the game, and that is what we are going to do. Basement, to start things off as Champion, they pick this on the defensive side. They have the Warden to start things off, which we don't normally see teams start off with Warden. They like to close out halves with it, but on the opposite side, will that Callis stick on this king, knowing a Warden is alive on the other side?
I mean, it has seen a rise in play. I mean, at the moment we are seeing certain teams stick with it for an entire half, given what, currently Warden has in the pool. He brings a shield, he's got the MPX, he's got the SMG-12, not to mention the ability to see through smokes and flashes. So we are seeing that much more of it, but my god, look at the attacking lineup here. Flores, Ying, Finka, Jackal, and Monty. That is terrifying.
Yeah, that is definitely a formidable composition to try and fend off the Champion. You need some way to really duel this and be the gladiators that they are. They have an Aruni. They got the smoke as well, and there's a lot to try and force him back, and lots of projectile denial, importantly enough. Doing the standard deployable shield towards the elbow, waste as much time before giving up and reinforcing the hole after patching that puzzle. So, really what Champion trying to do here is bleed out as much time as they really can. I'm not too sure if Fury will commit to this blue side push, but seems to be the case. Farlord being pincered in here within the bridge. He's found early, and that's a big peg for Fury to find.
Well and truly isolated there. Farlord I mean, the fact that Hajime was able to isolate him so significantly, and the fact that I9, just look at it. You're a minute 10 into the map, and already there is such a significant acceleration towards this basement. I9 playing the shield. He's not necessarily one of the standout fraggers for the team, but just that cool level-headedness that he brings into the roster and his ability to play whatever the team needs, it just makes him such an invaluable asset.
That's what we're realizing, just how much value his life otherwise could have had, but it's taken away now. So Farlord taken out for the count. Ying still alive here, and so when they do explode on that site, plus a Finka with that Monty, there is going to be a big surge. I'm not too sure if Champion have the means to wade those high waves. Wattmelon rather, finds a kill on Lycolis. That takes out the Ying. A lot of explosive potential taken out here. Impacts to be thrown to try and shake I9 off of it. This is such an awkward position for him to be playing with. He gets melee, plays a corner, still come out on top. That's a dirty way to win the fight. 3-2. Wattmelon and Sorlotic, never mind. Scratch that. It's on the Wattmelon. Is going to have to find some fruit to what has been bared. He's taken down just quick and clean. Fury. They do them wrong, but they get everything right.
And I9 just showcasing his understanding of how to play the operator. Monty hit with the guard break animation, perfectly angles it so that he keeps himself alive, and then hits the hip fire to close it out. Fury, I mean, they're backing themselves into this map. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling themselves, and the remainder of this map could potentially get even scarier from here.
Definitely a prospect they don't want to have to tangle with too long. I9 on that Ash. Hey, I like it. Maverick as well to come out here on BG Man. And, well, maybe seems like they answer, how do we respond after putting out lots of aggression? Well, let's put out even more so once more. Seems to be the case. The Thorn coming out from Pawart, though. That can potentially be big, especially against a Monty, but that, I don't think Fury are going to be utilizing that this time once more. They flex on over potentially to the Rooney, Lion plus Gridlock, and the Glass. Very different look from what they initially showed.
The Glass is interesting. It's not, I mean, none of these picks are that conventional. I think the top three, the least conventional of the lot. We see a bit of Armaru, we see a bit of Lion, but obviously that first round has given Fury enough confidence that they can... Oh my god, it's Supernova as well.
My goodness. Party time. I think that's what they want to do. Unga Bunga to get the job done. Champion. Another big wave, another big storm. They're going to have to somehow wade off. Fury, once they get that plant down, the diffuser down, it's going to be very difficult for the retake of Champion, especially having this Glass up. And these long angles from the big window are going to be hard to really challenge the games. Hajime, he wants to go in head first.
They're gearing up for a rush through the games window. That was an interesting setup, and I'm kind of glad that they didn't commit to it. That is a bold play, even at the best of times. That is... Oh, look, okay, yeah, they're going to go for a little bit more of a conventional approach.
You kind of want some pressure, maybe towards that master bedroom, you know, have the Ying take control of it, send some Candelas in before you even attempt that in the first place, not just dry at the start of the round. So, yeah, good kind of discipline here and recognition for Fury to be like, hey, maybe we're going to be a bit overzealous. It's already been flying down the diffuser. They're going for the attempt already, and BG Man, he's going to hold off the angle. This will allow them to get the diffuser down safely. They go inside the games, and they back on off now that they have the diffuser down.
Yeah, okay, so it was the full send with the cover of the smoke. I9 actually claiming the first kill of the round after plant. And it's the power of the gridlock. The track stingers around the diffuser means that anyone looking to try and get in a position to defuse is going to have a hell of a time. BG Man there as well. This is, I mean, bullying. This is cyberbullying. Fury are not taking any prisoners. No quarter. I9 with the 4K in the second round. My God.
Do they not have any thorns around it? Like, where was that utility? Where could have been the answers here of Champion? They also could have gone down underneath to potentially deny the plant that way, but obviously that requires foresight, and hindsight is always 20/20, but they did have Nitro Cells to utilize. But yeah, they can't get within the space to deny it themselves without a Nitro Cell because of all those traps being placed by the Gridlock. So really good execute here for Champion, for Fury rather. You can tell that that's something they have practice. That's something they've run before, and it's something that they know it's in their pocket to pull out if they see the right opportunity for it. And in that case, they use that games window as their one and only entry into the site, planted it down, got out when they needed to, and Champion, they were none the wiser.
Yeah, look, it's one of those plays that likely will not work round to round.
Yeah.
In fact, I think if we see anything like that again in the remainder of the half, it'll be Champion
smashing.
So, I mean, look, if Champion lose it a second time in this half, they deserve to lose it. I'm sorry. If you come up against a Glaz Supernova Armaru Gridlock combo and lose it out twice in a half, that's on you.
Yeah, that's kind of a you thing there, Chief, but Champion, hopefully, third time's a charm for them. On this defensive side, they go back down to the basement, being dissuaded from the top floor, but want to try and take a second shot at how the low ground looks. Lycolis, still once again on this Ying. We haven't seen him in anything, just less of it. Once again, Monty for that basement take, which is a big problem, especially on holding down the tower side stairs a while ago. So, Champion, nothing super different from what they bring to the table. Double projectile denial. You can count a triple maybe if you count the Rooney, and double SAS as well, which is what we've come to expect at this point. So nothing too varying from either side.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite iconic almost, to be the best way to describe it, as to how we expect conventional operator lineups to look. And I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason people play it. If it works, why would you change it? But I9 deep, ready to push down the main stairs. Last time it was incredibly successful. So what have Champion done to adapt?
Oh, well, they find Farlord. They were trying to have some sort of tower presence a while ago when they were playing on basement, but that didn't work out. So that's not going to be the case this time. Seems like they all just bunker down to the defense. No real roam, no real spread on any of the other floors. They're looking to make sure they keep their eyes on the prize, and not just stay within the objective itself. Really reinforce that part of things, but that is, I think, the third drone being thrown out here. BG Man only has one more to utilize.
This is where things get a bit dicey. Obviously, going to that final minute, all operators in the attack being alive. BG Man clearing out that utility, especially with the drone play as well. Dark the first to fall. That is probably the best pick that they could have hoped for.
Yeah, it's a big pick for them to find that Finka. A lot less sustainability and gunfight potential to be won here by Fury on this attacking round. Another pick goes their way. I9, they're crumbling. Hajime follows suit. 2v5. This is looking like a potential flawless here. Lycolis found from the range. What a shot he connects. 1v5. BG Man all alone. Only has a Rotero to keep him company. And the rest of the Champion, they're bearing down upon him. They know where he is. This round, barring just an incredible clutch, certainly accounted and done.
I mean, the wild thing is, it wasn't like there was a significant difference in operator lineup. For the most part, it is the same. The biggest difference was positioning and the way that they played their gunfights. And it's a vastly different round that we're seeing. I mean, it's about to be a flawless victory here for Champion. That's just, I mean, insane.
Yeah, this is done. No time. No help. No round to be gained here by Furious. Champion, they finally answered back with a round of their own. As you talked about, nothing too different from the comps, but they played those gunfights a bit differently. Didn't seem as cohesive as a unit on that push when they had the single Lycolis push on the entire Freezer side, and the rest, like I9 on that Monty, they weren't really able to get the same space they did on the stairs and on the pillar that we saw a while ago from Fury in the opening round. And obviously, as soon as Dark went down, as soon as they lost the Finka here on the attacking side, it just seemed to all have crumbled at the seams. You break one spoke, the entire wheel collapsed.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But I mean, look, it's only a single round. Fury still have the lead for now. They're going to be attacking into this Dorms site once again, and I mean they played basement largely the same on the attack. Let's hope. Actually, I say, well, it was a very entertaining lineup to watch attack Dorms, but like I said, if they play it again twice, Champion should be able to deal with it. And already you see the Frost coming into play as an answer.
This is actually quite traditional nowadays, I guess. It's kind of similar to what you were pointing out a while ago when we were on Clubhouse, right? Lots of teams like to run that on Gym. Well, same is true here. When playing up on the dorms, lots of teams nowadays do bring that utility that Frost will bring you. You get the shield, obviously you get the traps, and you got the shoddy for a bit of, I guess, home rearranging and management. But yeah, look at them. They make a hole now on where that default plant spot was. Don't want to have to deal with that the same way it did a while ago on the game, so I don't think that's going to be the case. No Rooney this time to bring the Capitao, a very different look we're seeing here from Fury, but they still stick on that Finka and the Ying, which I think is big. This is a blitz that Champion just haven't been able to show themselves too capable of fending off, and when Fury play at an uphill pace, uptick pace, that's when Champions struggle the most.
Yeah, I mean, look, that last round was good. It's about being able to make more of it, of course. But you could see Fury, they go for the cheese in that second round. Round 4, they're not going to go for it again. They're going to play it more conventionally. They bring the Nomad, they bring the Capitao. So yes, they are looking to rely on some of those smokes, but on top of it, they are covering their bases in terms of bringing the Finka for longevity, covering their bases in that flank watch with the Nomad. But you can see already the setup for Champion. They're looking for the vert angles. They're looking for those off positions to try and catch Fury out. Whether they find the opening to get in is a different matter, though.
Nades out. Don't really find much. Damage being done here on towards Dark. He's trying to contest from this white stairs, but he's going to be flushed out. And especially when you have that surge on, it's going to be much more painful to walk through the smoke. Farlord gets retrieved back up to fighting capacity. Zerlotic making sure from down below that he's watching the hop-in, just in case they do vault through. Great find here by Zerlotic. They had no idea he was in the security. Falls back with a rotation towards Kitchen, and now he's really has free reign to continue just being a menace here down below.
Candela's going in, white screen there is the plant going down right now, but denied. Labyrinth gets himself in deep, plays his life for the denial. Zerlotic from below finished off as well, and luckily for Fury, they've still got time to make this work.
Yeah, well, oh my goodness, quick trade out though. Pawaret, he found one, but I9 was there to make sure it didn't go unanswered. They respond. 40 seconds left on the clock. 2v2, white stairs. Pawaret knows where he is, but he's taking more damage than he can deal with. More than he can dish out. Hajime is also quite low, though. Here on the low angle. It's going to be Wat Milan bringing it down to a 1v2 effectively. As I9's being secured. Hajime, it's all up to him. 20 seconds on the clock to work with. He knows that they're split up, but they get isolated. Still, Wat Milan, he finds a kill here on the cross. That is a defensive round answered back. They tie things up here, Champion 2-2.
The adaptations come through, and that was the biggest concern, obviously, in this matchup. Champion not being able to adapt on the fly and deal with what Fury are bringing, but they've shown that they can do that. We now head to the first floor for the first time, given that they've now won both primary and secondary sites. Meeting, Hall, and Kitchen. Fury are now the ones needing to make the change.
What do they change up, though, is the question. That Ying, not working out so far. Seems like the Finka is what they're going to still commit to. Ace, Maverick, Sledge, lots of firepower they bring to the table, but lots to be destroyed as well. Looking at how Champion, they bring, lots of shields on the table. They have 2 deployables, a bulletproof, and obviously the Banshees, which will be a problem, complemented by those Wamai magnets. It can be very difficult for Fury to really clear out all of this, especially now that we're going to be playing here into the Meeting and Kitchen. Lots of teams, when holding this, they want to keep control of that security side. And you can see Wat Milan making sure that he has at least the option to do that.
10 seconds to insertion.
And again, we see that back towards the conventional Fury. I think they're done with the cheese. They're going to be playing it about as straight up as you possibly can for the remainder of this map, knowing full well that those last 2 rounds were not quite as comfortable as the first 2. They were having a bit of fun. They were playing their game, and it worked quite well. Now, unfortunately, they come back to reality. They fall back to earth and realize that, Champion, they've already dealt some big blows to some big teams. They can't be taking this matchup lightly.
Sure they aren't, but It's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. He still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the, well, Elden Lord of this round.
Yeah, look, Harambe energy shining through. Big kills there for the triple Hajime. He is going to shut down this resistance for the moment, but I mean, that's still 4 more kills they need to find.
Well, you start that one at a time, right, Blue? You take one, bring it down to a 2v3. A lot more palatable, and that's what they're looking for. They got time to work with as well, so it's not out of the question just yet. See, like, Carlos, like, hey, man, a little bit of help here to get me through. That'd be nice, but it's going to be jammed. The mute jammer on the opposing end, and expect that. And they still have yokais, especially here. That is going to be a big menace. And really secure the round, I think, here for the champion side. Realizes, oh, there's a hole up top. We can't deal with Dorms, though. We might not have the manpower nor time, so what's our decision here? Go in dry, Pawar it. They find where he is, but he's going to be safe for the meantime. That Banshee is going to keep them at bay as well.
Pushing in through security, Wattmelon and his shotgun go to work once again. Lycolis alone. Fury are slipping out of this in such a significant way. Lycolis needs to go for the reload, but this is dire.
Doesn't have much in the mag. 7 bullets in a dream. 1v3. He gets tapped away by Labyrinth, who makes sure as this box stays closed. Great defensive round from Fury, and especially Farlord. He just swung that their way, all through just sheer mechanical skill, timing, and great game sense. What a round, and what a half already from Champion.
Yeah. Again, we are seeing this scary potential repeat of history here for Fury. They've lost the Champion previously, and if this momentum keeps up, it might just slip away from them again. So they are going to have to make some significant changes going into the second half. But I mean, they're an Apex South team. They are capable of that. We've seen it before.
Certainly so. So we're wondering, though, are they really the team we should be looking out for? Same with Direwolves a while ago. They're the more experienced one, the one with more tenure, reached further heights, but here in the Operation League, we're all at an even playing field, and we've been seeing those odds be equalized time and time on over. Champion proving that here, quite similar to how Obsession were able to do it a while ago. So, final round of this half, lots of projectile denial and double SCS being run once more by Champion. They have shown to slowly adjust as the game gets longer, especially on this half. And that's what we expect from them, to be able to beat a team like Fury. That's what they have to do. Compier Dokkaebi finally coming out from Fury.
Yeah, playing for the Logic Bomb, looking for that info, but how successfully is going to be a different story. Obviously, you've got to be quite perceptive. You've got to be paying attention to the audio cues around you. Otherwise, that Logic Bomb can be wasted. And it's no guaranteed kill on top of it.
Yeah.
But the basement defense was, I mean, last time it was played was terrifyingly successful. I mean, it was what? Lycolis stuck outside alone in the face of overwhelming odds. And unfortunately, it felt like there was little they could do.
They've slowed the pace down here, Blue, and whenever they do, that's when Champion look the best, as we've said. When things come to a crawl, it's Champion who start to find themselves running. Lots of noise being made here towards that freezer stairs, but no kills being found, no real damage being done either way. You can see that what Forlord was able to do a while ago on that lurk is really shook up Fury. And now that's why they bring the Logic Bomb, sacrificing other utility for that information gathering on the anti-lurk. Zy9, he opens things up on the Wattmelon. A huge pick for him to find that mute.
Yeah, the problem with the shotgun is that it's not always going to work for you.
Yeah.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, that would have been a kill, unfortunately, onto I9, but not this time. Just missing the pixel that he needed to get the kill there. Wattmelon going down. It's a key part of the defense now off the board. Gives them the avenue into Freezer. They can start to mount this push onto the site itself. And from here, the collapse could be quite quick.
Didn't his charge pop? It didn't seem like it. Seems like it was
I think it got eaten by the ADS.
Yeah, I think it was eaten by the ADS, and that just leaves that bulletproof still standing. Like, Hall is quick to find a kill here. They still have lots going for them, though. 50 seconds left in the clock. We've got these Candelas to light up the entirety here of the laundry. That's what they want to do. They want this alpha site, and here they go for it. Quick trade, though. Rather, quick counter pick by Labyrinth to find BG Man. Further holding on to that Freezer side, but they're taking it by storm. Dark flashed by his own teammate. Doesn't realize where he's going, but he still gets 2 kills off of it. Dark, even in all that deception, he brings things back around. 2v1. Labyrinth gets the kill still! Double for him! 1v1! He knows where the Freezer is. He knows that I-9 is there, but the HP, it does not favor him, Blue Panda. He's gonna have to find some way to edge this out.
Ace clutch on the cards. He might even just play the clock. Knows that he can do it. Swinging around the ace clutch from Labyrinth. And that one's going in the montage.
Incredible round here from Labyrinth. He's certainly going to pan things out their way. What a defensive side from Champion. First it was Forlord, and then we see him step up to the plate and knock it out of the park. Labyrinth with another triple in this half. Champion dominating opening half. They start off the defense. Looking to close things out here on the attack.
Oh boy. Yeah, look, as much as, you know, you want to be able to make those changes, be able to come up on top, there's only so much you can do when Labyrinth is fragging like that. I mean, that was just brutal.
Yeah.
Fury, I mean, honestly, I don't think there was much they could have done to win that round when Labyrinth is hitting shots like that.
That was a 3v5, by the way. They turned around and still won. So, even when the odds are looking in Fury's favor, they just slip away. Seemingly confusing the forest for the trees, not realizing that. And, I don't know, as soon as Dark was able to push the Freezer, even though he was kind of blind, and still got 2 downs and 2 kills, I thought that was it. I thought the round was done. I figured we would end up 3-3 going to the second half. The Champion, they've proven why their name is the case. They're gunning for that opportunity, but you're going to have to close things out before all is said and done. Already a better half they've had here to open things up than their previous outing was.
Oh dear. I mean, it's a solid half a Champion. Unfortunately, again, Fury hit the defense, and they're a team that can be, well, menaces on the defense. They play some very cheeky angles. They've got the gunners that they need. And Farlord and crew might have a bit of a half on their hands. I reckon this could be quite a game.
I'd wager so as well. Fury, not realizing how deep in the water they were till now. Potentially 2-4 already. Lots of firepower here brought by Champion. The pace has slowed down though. No Thatcher, obviously, as it's been banned, so they come out with Wat Milan and the Maverick instead to deal with these hatches. If ever it does become a nuisance or a problem, things have really slowed down. You can see that Champion, they're biding their time. They want that meeting control. They've taken it so far. They get the hatch open in the main lobby as well. And now is the actual time they're going to finally try and get something going.
Fury, quick to retreat back to the site for the most part. You can see, I believe it's the entire team right now hunkered down, ready for the bunker. But hatch is being open, the team there. Default camera scouting out that information, but BG Man was looking to get aggressive, scouted immediately, and dished out some significant punishment. That could come back to bite them later in the round.
Definitely so. Lots of damage being done towards him. The Maverick Trek not going his way initially. Precious time wasted. Farlord, he gets a kill here on the BG Man. At least that's a low player. And it's not like he had much to utilize afterwards. His utility has been placed. Those Banshees already committed. Deployable shield here. Dark has a big position to play. We saw him come in huge in the last round. he has to go even bigger this time.
9-9 still has the info, knows that there is players, well, a player at the very least, pushing down main like Colas with a kill onto Farlord. Finds the angle, swinging through the opening, but with 24 seconds remaining, Champion need to get a move on.
Oh my goodness, they're all getting pincered. So much pressure being applied on this attacking side. Nades flying on in. And just the quick haste that Champion have taken the site over with. It's looking far more one-sided than ever before. Fury, that's it. They go down 5-2. The lead here further extended by Champion, and they have been looking like an absolute force to deal with and reckon with here. Fury. Hell hath no fury like, well, Champion, it seems.
Well, I mean, Playday 12. The day of the underdog, it would seem. Champion up 5-2. 2 rounds needed for them to take out the whole map. We move on to our third of the day. And it's not even that Fury are playing bad Siege. It's just Champion have come out of the gate swinging and not stopped.
Well, Champion, even though they won the last matchup, I think it was still kind of safe to say they are the underdogs in this match. Just standing-wise, tenure-wise, because Fury, they're the team we know, they're the team we expect. But when you're the underdog, you're going to be punching up, and you're going to hit the chin every single time. The bigger they are, well, we know how the saying goes. Fury, they're falling hard right now, and this is quite akin to what we saw in the last game between Obsession and Direwolves, but even more so, to even more drastic accounts. BG Man back on that Thorn, rather going to that Thorn, going over to the Thorn. This could actually be what they need to fend off a lot of the potential Amaru stuff we're about to see.
Champion say if Fury can do it, well, so can we. It's their turn. Not the Supernova this time around,
all
and
right.
I would hesitate to imagine them bringing the same games push that we saw out of Fury, but I'm always ready to be proven wrong.
I mean, if they have run it, they'd probably know how to shut it down, so I don't think that's too far-fetched just yet. And Champion, they might have something else up their sleeve. Could potentially maybe come up from the hatch or something like that, something akin to it. But I9, he's holding on to this, blind, but still gets a kill. He had the angle pre-marked. They flush him down, but he still gets the job done to be able to go one for one.
Everyone's already in.
Yeah, they got the plant down already, and that's it. 3v3 on the post plant. Fury, they have to retake this.
Jumped in the double window. Watermelon and Melodic find 2. Hajime answering. Unfortunately, he misses the call there. Blanket, this is a 6-2 scoreline.
Yeah, incredible, obviously, from Champion, but the way they were just able to pierce through that defense, right, hop in through the big window, plant down the dorms real quick, and nothing really being said or done by the defending Fury, who only was really able to get something going towards that bridge, the tower side. This is not boding well for them. Match point already, a huge cushion that Champion have to work with, 4 rounds to be exact, and we could be seeing an early closeout in the second game of the day.
Yeah, look, just trying to get us back on schedule, of course.
Of course. I mean, it took us a bit of a while, especially with that first game going the distance, but this one, trying to make sure that the clock keeps ticking, and that is certainly the case. It's Fury who had that timer going up against them with this huge scoreline that they have to come back with a deficit from.
Well, basement defense again. I just... It's such an interesting match we've had so far. Fury have just been read. Champion have understood exactly what they need to do every single round and be able to make those adjustments. Fury, it definitely feels like an off day for them.
I think that's not too far from the point. Like, it definitely is an off day. I mean, that even be saying it lightly, because they have just been looking sometimes quite lost, almost atrocious. But you know, Fury, that inconsistency, it comes with the territory, but obviously for their sake we're hoping it doesn't continue on. Truly, Champion, they are really good at slowing down the pace on attacking and defense, but that round, a big shake-up, a big wake-up call really for Fury. That Champion, they can shake things up if they so choose to do. Looking for tower control first and foremost. I9 found, and here is Sin's control of it.
I9 just having a grand old time down in Harry Potter, making sure his QE keys are working there. But right now, I mean, Fury are willing to get aggressive here. You can see them top freezer stairs. I9 looking to contest big tower stairs as well. So it's not like they're playing this hesitantly or in corners, just not willing to take straight up gunfights. They are well and truly willing to take gunfights, but so far, Champion have been the more successful, and well, it's info. It's info at the end of the day. The impact grenade is cute, but unfortunately I9's already dead.
Well, nicely done here by Champion once more. They flush him out, they find him, and they use that information to convert it into a kill. Exactly what you want to do. Mid 15 left on the clock, ticking down. They can still take their time. Still have a bit of the clock to work with. Make sure they don't really forget any corners. Don't leave anything unchecked. Hajime coming out from here. Oh, he gets found from down under. That actually saved him. Little did they realize, Labyrinth, rather Pawaret, could have been taken down as he had, I think, a nade being cooked in hand. But luckily for him, the backup from down below from Serlotic, Sublime. Oh, Labyrinth double kills on his way. Like, call us a double as well. 1v3. Fury, they could be going down right here, right now. They know where he is. That elbow is all he's got to work with. Triple ping, yes, it's red, but he's the one who's going to be dead at the end of it. Redemption going to be denied as Champion once again dissuade and destroy Fury, and this time in an even more dominating fashion. What a win from them. 7-2 here, Blue.
Labyrinth, my god, what a game he had. I mean, the ace clutch on that basement defense, comes in, finds another massive round on the basement attack. Champion, they are having a stunning season. 13-3, a +10 differential for Labyrinth by the end of the map. I mean, promising stuff, and you got to remember, this competition leads on to more. Game and Gladiators qualified for Apex South because of their success last year. Who's to say Champion couldn't be the ones to qualify this year?
Yeah, it really is a beautiful story when you see these kind of underdogs make their way through the woodwork and find themselves in a position to really, I guess, fully realize their biggest strengths and their biggest kind of an opportunity for them to show what they've got, right? We have that map coming down to an even more decisive way than I would have expected. The last time these guys went at it, yes, on Oregon, Champion won 8-7. I thought we were going to get more of that, at least close to the final round of regulation. Round number 10, round number 11, but we get things ended here on round number 9. Quick and easy. A 7-round run here for Champion in Oregon. Absolutely flawless. Once they got the read, it seems here, Blue, they never stopped continuing.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Fury looked dominant in their first 2 rounds of play, and then it just stopped. And the fact that their last successful round was a cheese round. The Ying Armaru Gridlock combo won them that Dorm's attack, and then from there, it all fell apart. It's just, it's baffling.
Yeah, just, you know, as soon as that one brick was pulled out from them, they all crumbled. And I said earlier, and it continues on true, that curse not burning out for them, but hey, you guys, I hope the luck is in your favor, because it'll favor you guys if you join our giveaway. Follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel, which you're probably watching this on, and enter down below in the chat hashtag Fight for Glory for a chance to win 600 R6 credits for PC, especially, as well as a chance to get the R6 OLSEA pin. And you guys are going to have many swag for the bag to get your games going. So not only can these teams win, but you guys can as well if you join our giveaway. So make sure to do exactly that. But what a game, and what an opener we've had for this day. Two games that went in very contrasting directions. I'm hoping to see just even more so exciting games when we come to the third and fourth match of the day.
Yeah, look, I mean, so far we're on track for some upsets to close out the evening. That's the wild thing. We've got Gaming Gladiators versus Astrape. Astrape currently 0-11, so if the upset were to come, that's a pretty significant upset, especially against Gaming Gladiators, who are currently top of the table. And then the final map of the evening, Northern Forces versus Elevate. I mean, look, those are some big teams to be taken down.
You know who is also at a 0 right now, Blue Panda? The entirety of the predictions on the desk. Everybody who predicted so far today, predicted Fury to win, wrong. Predicted Direwolves to win, wrong. But what you guys can be assuredly right is that we are going to be back from this break with even more Rainbow Six Siege Operation League. I'm Black and Blue with this Blue Panda. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Can't fight this, and no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my
my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture, and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. But here I come, pushing to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Good damage being dealt here by the Clash. I mean, look at it go. The switch over to the Super
Oh,
Sonic from
no!
outside.
No!
Supper! No way! Somehow, the vertical being opened up. That's actually the bomb side. It's Pecan through the floor to find the kill on the Phenomenal Souffle is downed, however, but inside of the pantry, Pecan goes huge.
No!
With the shotgun for 3. Direwolf.
Unfortunately, this is out of his reach just now. Jackie Wu going to turn this corner, going to win that trade and pick up 2 for himself on a double kill.
Schwan, he's waiting here in the corner. If they don't expect this, then he can get found, and that he does. Going big. Toxic Bathe still in the hands here of Ray C, but he doesn't win out the fight against Jackie Wu. A 4K quad kill.
The rest of the attackers are in an advantage. Tolji and Ape, of course, on that board mean that it is anyone's game at all times.
I mean, I like it on rifles, but on the SMG-11, who knows?
Oh! Ape! I'm telling you, man, it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
Well, he's certainly proving me wrong! But Ape, he gets a triple kill in the hand. Monkey business abound. Toxic Babe to pop off. And I have sunken in my words.
It's all down to Pecan. 1v3, downs 1. Can he find 2?
Oh, there's no way he's gonna win this fight. He's sprinting. There's a shotgun wave.
Oh.
He retrieves the diffuser. How does Pecan actually get away with this? 30 seconds. He's gonna go in for the plant.
Well, they might just be able to come out on top. The one that is spotted, second one does! Pecan lands it! He just plays it down to a T like it's nothing, Imphian.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And we're back after the break with more Rainbow Six Siege Operation League. You guys, we are here at the summer season day number 12 for the play days. I am Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. And before we continue on further with the matches of the day, we gotta thank our sponsor, Kingston Fury. Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. Blue Panda, from what we have surmised today, we can expect the unexpected, and we're everybody, all the casters, all the analysts on desk, completely wrong in our predictions for today. How do you think this next one's going to go?
I think the likelihood of a upset is lower, given the matchup we have top of the table versus bottom of the table. Even with Gaming Gladiators in the current position that they're in, with everything that's happened as of late, they're still, I would argue, the superior team. They're incredibly talented players. They understand the game incredibly well. And I mean, if there was an upset to occur, that'd be the upset of the stage.
Yeah, that would be literally the two big, most stark contrasts that we're going to see from two teams, and then still the underdog win out on top, right? So, Strape, versus the Gaming Gladiators. Last time it happened, it was GG winning it out 7-1, very dominating on Chalet. And that was a match that, if you look back into, was just a very kind of big sign early on in the tournament that, well, Gaming Gladiators, they were here to play. Obviously, they were able to take out Champion before that, and they were able to beat Elevate before that, but for them to get that very dominating win, that showed that Gaming Gladiators, they were here to play, and that's one of the reasons why they're at the top. So, man, everything really going against Astrape's, I guess, favor here, but I'm hoping that, once more, they're going to prove us wrong. Still, a big task for them to unfold.
Yeah, most definitely, but look, it's one of those things, you come into a matchup like this and you just think in the back of your head, with everything that's happened today, what needs to happen for Astrape to pick up yet another upset today? And it's just it's so hard. That's such a stretch for the for the imagination for that possibility to occur, given how Gaming Gladiators have looked so dominant recently. I mean, their record in this competition alone is 7. Okay, let's forget the overtime stuff. They have 9 wins, 2 losses, and that is colossal.
Just absolutely stark differences from their win-losses on both sides. One at the top, the other at the bottom. And when you have that pendulum firmly stuck on one side, when you have that weighing scale completely tilting on the favor of the Gaming Gladiators, they're the ones with everything to lose. So we're going to take a look first at the best team currently record-wise in the Operation League this summer. Tolji, Ape, Hermosa, Hoven, and Rix, names we have seen in the Operation League since the dawn of things, and they have been proving that being within the circuit, a program that they have really completely gotten used to, it's given them the best results imaginable. You look at the opposing side, Team Astrape, you got Bolivian, Young Alpha, Phenomenal, Pig, and Arise, and they're a team that we haven't seen as much favor for, and I think at this point they're pretty much out of it right standing-wise, so what I'm only hoping here for Blue is Astrape, if they go down, they do it with a fight.
Yeah, obviously, and the new player in the competition, Arise, you look at his KD, it's because he hasn't played too much, but the map pool, where we're going to be heading, Skyscraper, something a little bit new, a little bit funky, fresh, and I mean, I did ask, what does Astrape need to do to potentially upset here, and going to one of the newer maps could be the play.
Having more of that unknown as compared to the last time when they played Villa, a map that is very demanding, right? That favors Gaming Gladiators, but you have something like Skyscraper, which has plays and still things, positions that, and setups that maybe Gaming Gladiators aren't as used to dismantling. This, I think, is one of the best maps that Astrape really could have begged for. And that doesn't mean that, Gaming Gladiators are bad on this map, not at all. But Astrape, this is the kind of curveball that they're really hoping for, I guess, to have a better chance of taking this game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Hermosa playing today as well, and for the rest of the stage, I mean, he was one of the OGs. He was part of that original Renata/Rooster GG roster that qualified for APAC South, so very familiar with the crew, should be able to slot right back into things. But Astrape, I mean, honestly, I'd almost say they need to lead into the unconventional. Go with the rush plays. Go with the run-out spawn peaks. Be the aggressors in this map. Don't let Gaming Gladiators play comfortable siege, and that could be what opens them up to a victory here.
Yeah, we've only seen Skyscraper a few handful of times throughout this entire season. And one of those was with Astrape going up against Fury, but they did lose that quite handily, actually. 3-7. So there is some information, there is a VOD here for them to look back towards, but that's still something that the Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to be able to adjust on the fly over relying on historical performances. Opening ban here, Thatcher to be taken off, keep things simple, and make things more difficult on that attacking side.
Yeah, no real surprise. He's kind of a go-to. Where we go from here, though, I would almost again say ban out the Thinker. Take it away from Gaming Gladiators. Don't let them get comfortable when they go over to the attack. But it's up to Astrape now. And yeah, there they go. They banned out the Thinker.
Okay. Standard so far. That Finka. I think with that being banned by a Strape, I would have almost assumed that they would have wanted to bring that to the table. But we also do see Gaming Gladiators be quite proficient at utilizing the strengths of that Finka. For Azami being taken off, I don't think is too far-fetched. There are many spots, actually, especially in a map like Skyscraper, that Azami really does get so much benefit out of, and it complements its defensive side well. So a Strape, they don't want to have to deal with that just yet. It's Gaming Gladiators, the final ban. And I'm going to be expecting something towards, like, a Monty here? Mav? Oh, no, defense. My bad.
Valkyrie,
obviously.
Yeah.
The Valkyrie.
Yeah, Valkyrie makes more sense. Mira... I mean, there's a handful of positions you can play her in on this map. It's not really one of the best for her. Kai is definitely going to make things interesting, given that Gaming Gladiators will have that to start off with in the defense, should they choose to bring it, of course. So there is potentially problematic utility in play for this map.
Definitely so. Mozzie, potentially to be picked out to your Thorn by Tolji. Malusia is looking for Hermosa. What I'm seeing here as a comp that would potentially be super annoying to try and get the plant against. You go within that site, you don't realize, okay, here's a default spot, or maybe here's one that's away from the default, but they could have maybe a Thorn at the ready to pounce on the sudden surprise. So, a Strape, the composition here initially seeming to want that Monty. They know how much value these long hallways get when it's blocked off by Phenomenal on that Monty, and they want to utilize that to start off this half.
Kicking it off for Karaoke and Tea Room, of course. I'm expecting sort of that extension over towards, Exhibition. And that seems to be what we've got going on at the moment, understandably so. But it's those roamers downstairs that I want to see. Who heads down there? I would imagine probably Hoven is going to be the one given that responsibility with the Nitro Cell. Play down below. Look to try and deny once that attempt goes to the site. But, I mean, they're bringing a Monty and an Osa into play. There are shields galore. There is so much defensive attack utility.
There's a lot for them to have to try and take down, but hey, we know that Strape, they've had wayward performances, but we take each one individually. They stick on that Monty. They have the Osa as well, so really lots of ways to deflect a lot of the damage that could come in on these opening peaks. Still, Ape, he gets that kill on the Pig to lose that Maverick. Nades taken out, the torch being removed from the round. Big pick here, huge implications.
So it was a revelation that was come to during Apex South a couple of weeks ago. It's actually not Ape. It's pronounced Ape.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We've been calling it Ape since the beginning of the year, but no, it's Ape. Young Alpha goes down the shield in. Unfortunately, Phenomenal not able to do much. Ape for his third of the round. Might even be on for the ace. No, Tolji gets the trade, so no ace. The best he can hope for is a 4K.
Crazy, crazy stuff to start things off. And the Gaming Gladiators, they don't skip a beat. They start this round, they start this half. Really at an uptick pace. They get those opening picks, and everything crumbled from then on. A Strape looking lost. Ambitiousness, but I can't blame him. Apparently, it's, how do you say it?
Ape.
Ape. Okay, that's crazy. It seems like us casters, we're the ones with monkey business going around. That's bananas. But hey, if they say so, then we shall abide.
Yeah. It was, I believe, Repel from the Apex South team who reached out to him to ask if that's what his name was. Arise does drop Rix. Unfortunately, old Tricky Dicky does go down, but Hermosa there, able to get the kill. Jumps out, big kill. And I said this is what a Strape needed to be doing to get the upper hand in this map, but Gaming Gladiators are the ones sending it outside.
Well, opening round quite convincing for the Gaming Gladiators. They step into the arena and take the first, rather, dish out the first hit. It's a Strape who, the Chonka, for real? I'd love to see it. Oryx coming out here, Kaid as well. Well, everything else, the third half of that, the Kaid, Mute, Jaeger, makes sense. Oryx and Tachanka, not something we always see every day. Obviously, Chonka, with the changes in the past year, has seen a slight bit more favor, but maybe not the one we're necessarily expecting at the start of it. It will allow them a very different look that Strape might not be used to.
So Ape is the Indonesian word for what, if you were wondering.
Ape? Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Which, I mean, makes sense given what we saw from him in that last round.
The only Indonesian word I know is monyet, which apparently means monkey, which I think is appropriate here because we were calling him ape for such a long time.
Also, they were, you know, went into the monkey swings and went for the big plays outside. So
oh, yeah.
It's all cyclical.
Oh yeah, everything's connected. Illuminati confirmed right here, right now. Ape, I'm not gonna mess your name up. No more, not this time. He's on that Oryx, which sometimes I'm not too sure if an Oryx is a serious pick when I see it. But he still gets a kill from it, so we can count it as one. Oh.
I mean, it's that mobility, being able to jump up and down between floors, make your own rotates. Unfortunately, young Alpha spots the top of his head, gets the better of the angle from the rappel, so 1-point trade. That's a sledge you've lost for an Oryx. That's quite a comfortable trade that you're willing to give up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big, big trade out. The Gaming Gladiators, they come out of that in top. They don't lose much from losing that Oryx. They get the early pick. Not that the dash really contributed to it, but hey, you take what you can, right? Young Alpha, making some noise outside. This is a very difficult corner for him to try and pie if he does push forward to try and go around the Alpha site. For him to try and be able to push this, it's going to take a lot more than just his sole endeavor. They're going to have to try and add a bit more to it if they really want to be able to push this. Told you making some sightlines down below. Nobody's really passing there for the meantime.
Alpha looking to cover that long angle if possible, but told you with the Shamika grenades. Looking to make this just that little bit more difficult. Pig finds the kill onto Hermosa with the grenade. So they will lose that mute. They lose a bit of the power weapons that were in play. Nitro toss deep. Big damage onto Alpha and Phenom. And that might set them up for the victory here.
Well, they're going to try and push through. Still Hoven from behind. He hurts him bad. Phenomenal. Second one to go down there. Smoke out. He spams on through, making sure they're not safe in that attempt. Told you, he can deny a lot of this with his Shamika launchers. Pig gets a kill on his teammate. That is absolutely disastrous. 1v3. His only sole companion here. He's been taken down to his own hand, and Hoven finds a third in the round. The Gaming Gladiators slaughtering here a Strape at the door.
Just playing a bit of ring around the rosy, looking for the different angles. Gaming Gladiators, 2 very solid rounds. Unfortunately, maybe echoing a little bit of what we saw out of Fury. Hopefully not the same trajectory that we saw out of Fury, but 2 very solid rounds to start things off. We go to Barbecue Kitchen now for the third, sorry.
Difficult. Opening half already for a Strape. Now this map, it is a map rather that bodes a bit better on the defensive side. If you look at the stats of how we've seen these games go this entire season, 68. Once again, 68 on this defensive side. One of the most defender-sided maps we have currently, aside from Theme Park, which is the only more defender-sided, statistically, map that we have in the game. So things are really boding out well here for the Gaming Gladiators. We know that even if they go to the attack, they still have the prowess to close this out.
Transition here, Hoven being given the reins of the Oryx here in the third round. He's already hopped up the hatch, looking to get up above and provide some of that support. We see the Thunderbird as well coming into play, so looking to play a bit of longevity with those Kona stations. And honestly, the big defensive point of the site is above. You need to be holding the vert. You don't want to be giving the attackers Karaoke or Geisha, because as soon as you lose control of that, it's big. Iron Sights MP7 here for Ape, looking to take out anyone coming up vents.
That vent position is one that can go disastrous or just completely, I guess, beneficial, depending on how it works out. Oh my goodness, early damage being done here by Ape, sorry, Young Alpha. He takes that early contact, but he still wins out in the fight at least, and they drop that Bandit, which could have had bigger problems with the Nitro moving forward. The Kona station is still alive, but that's not going to help Ape out, who's been taken out of the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, too little too late. Hoven as well, taking some big damage. He should be able to capitalise, but the nade, perfect from Phenom. Banks it off the wall, and another missed opportunity with the Kona stations.
Great utility usage so far. A Strape, they're on the pace, on the path to potentially their first round of this half. Now, last time these two teams met, once again, there was only one round that the Strape were able to win. So, if they get one early, they can still fish for more later on. Hermosa, he's playing that anchor position. He's the one playing within the site. A Nitro prepared in case they do come in. They still got two. The other on Tolji's hands, who's a bit further removed from the situation, trying to give more presence elsewhere. Nitro out, just underneath the hatch, but not going to pop it just yet.
I mean, we figured out Ape's name is now, Ape. Is it Aster Ape Esports, do you reckon?
That could actually be the case. Who knows? Maybe that means Ape is the exact counter that they need for a Strape. Or the inverse, a Strape. They're the ones who know the inside and outs of Mr. Ape, so they know what to deal with. But Pig, he gets taken down. Oh my goodness, phenomenal on the rise. They crumble on suit. Suddenly down to a 2v2. Things have been equalized here for Gaming Gladiators. This round from a 5v2 immediately equalized.
Another team kill, unfortunately, for a Strape Esports. Not ideal back-to-back rounds where they've taken out one of their own. Tolji pops the Nitro to give himself the angle into Kitchen. If possible here, Alpha just lurking his way through. Triple for him as Hermosa falls. Tolji has every idea and control of the diffuser. Big kill on the Bolivian. 1 versus 1. The rotate back round through stock entrance. And this is where things get dangerous. This is where the mistakes are made for the side of the attack. Alpha walking through, and it's just a rotation game.
Playtime.
This is perfect.
Oh,
Young Alpha, big damage.
What's he doing?
Shot.
Oh!
Tolji, what are you doing?
What are you doing? A literal throw there, Tolji. Did he think the round was over? Did he not assume that he would have time? Look at it. You can see Gaming Gladiators, they're having fun with that. Tolji knows what he's done. Looking up at the, at least he's taking it lightly. They know that that round could have assuredly been theirs. Small blunder, but one it seems like I think they don't mind.
Yeah, look, not ideal, but I mean that's the benefit. Charity is tax deductible at the end of the day, so let them have their one.
that was it.
Yeah, look, I think he is going to be copping a lot of flack for the rest of the week.
Oh yeah. You take those rounds, especially if you're a Strape who at least feel fortunate to come away with that. Gaming Gladiators, not out for the count just yet. Neither a Strape. They come back with a round. If they can take... Honestly, with the way that this map has been, if you take 2 rounds on the attacking side, it's not bad at all. Especially if you're a pretty good team on the defense here on Skyscraper, knowing how defender-sided statistically it can be. A Strape, they're 1 round away from making this an okay half, really.
I can't remember who it was. I know Ape has someone from his team blocked on Twitter as a goo, but I think it is Tolji, and I think it might be justifiable now after that round.
Especially after some funny business after like that, right? Keep your teammate banned. You're not going to have to worry about the enemies getting too close. Gaming Gladiators, at least their spirits are up high. That's what they have to do when small blunders like that happen. It's a Strape who pull out the Dokkaebi this time around. Will it be what they need to flush out the sprawling defense we've seen from the Gladiators?
We'll see. We'll see if it's justified. Ape has been consistent in one thing, if nothing else, and that is the aggression. Looking to take fights where he can, not shying away from an engagement. He's the only one on the site currently.
Well, the only one they need, it seems, as I said, a sprawling defense here from the Gladiators. That's what they like to do. They like to give a Strape many different looks, contest him at many different angles. Big, able to scrape by from that pest. Sees where it is. Tolji hopping out, but gets back in for the fight.
Tolji has a drone, if you hadn't guessed. But the logic bomb going out Arpe upstairs towards Dragon right now. I mean, he knows that this is where they're going to be coming in. This is a go-to push. You want to get in towards Office, you clear across. And if he can get up and upset, even finding a kill as a Frost, your utility's already in play. If he even just finds one kill and then goes down, that's fine.
Very big implications from that, but Ape, it's an opening kill here. The Sten, not an easy job to do. Arise, trapped between a rock and a hard place. He has a crossfire to try and dismantle, but the hold here, too good from the Gaming Gladiators. Pig still gets an opening kill with that DMR in hand. Huge trade-off, at least, but, I mean, it's only the Frost. He had a very important position, though, Ape, yes, but at least his utility has been placed down, so they don't lose too much in that endeavor. Told you he gets taken down as well. Young Alpha here playing the stairs. They have those foot angles towards the Alpha site, and that's what they're going to try and utilize here as Hoven tries to go on the rotate. It's Phenomenal, finds another pick. Hermosa being taken down. 2v4 in the favor of a Strape, but 2v3. They're closing out the equalization.
Hoven, that was a ripper of a shot with the Scorpion Evo in hand. 2 versus 3. Well and truly doable right now. 20 seconds left, the push has to come, and GG might be ready for it.
Let's see, 15 seconds left on the clock. Flush out. 2v3. The Gladiators, they bring it down to a 2v2. Hoven's been doing work with that Scorpion of his, and man, does it sting. A Strape, they still don't find the anti-venom for it. Pig bringing it down to a 1v1 now. Hoven, quick on the trade. A triple for him already. By the time it's drawn out, and this time the Gaming Gladiators, they know to play this one safe. You secure the round 3-3 here up top.
Yeah, that's when you go prone behind the bar and not stick your head out so the other team can shoot it off.
Yeah.
So
sounds like a good idea.
I imagine there's probably a little bit of digging going on in the voice chat. I reckon they're letting Tolji know.
That's how it's done.
That's how you do it. You don't mess around shooting at the roof, but we head back to Exhibition Room and Office once again. Can in play, and the Mirror, it seems, coming in for the setup for Gaming Gladiators. I'm intrigued to see where they prioritize this, given how fragile Mirror can be on this map.
Crazy sequences so far. Kaid, Wamai, and back on that Ila Hoven, who has been absolutely tearing it up, reminding us of the days of old where that Scorpion was a true menace. Not for the meantime. Kapkan, as he talked about here, being pulled out, and, you know, it might be something much like a Frost that you'd expect, like, yeah, it's never going to catch a pro out, but you'd be surprised on how well it can be effective. And even if it doesn't get any damage done, the fact that it's there, the fact that they're going to have to check every single doorway coming through, that's going to slow down a Strape here. If they don't, they face potentially huge problems forward. So once more, Dokkaebi coming out here. I think I do like the call for them to go and stick on that Dokkaebi. It has been giving them the information that they've been struggling to find here on the GG side. And yeah, I think it's a good thing for them to continue that forward. But how they play around that, well, that's the question that has to be, I guess, answered.
Not to mention the MK14 is a huge power weapon at the moment in current meta. Such a great DMR to be able to bring into play on the attack. So pairing that with the Logic Bomb, but Bolivian bringing the Twitch, so they are looking to clear out some of that utility, identifying the Mirror and play. If they can get one of those drones in and clear out those Mirror windows, which we already see some of that utility burnt already, that could be massive.
Well, look at Ape here. Trying to make sure nobody's up top from a distance. And a Strape. This is where you can really see them struggle a lot to find a way to get in, whether close to the site or away from it. Gaming Gladiators, they extend so far out that they typically have the entire floor on lockdown that Straight, they aren't able to just willy-nilly find their way on in. Replicator for info. They do have a Twitch drone as well to deal with a lot of the utility that's been placed on by the Gaming Gladiator, especially those mirror windows and the magnets. That's something they can deal with.
Bolivian's drone going in, clears out the first Grismot on the window, identifies the window. Does he get it? No, I think he's missed. Oh, very, very close thing there.
So much time.
And the mirror will remain in play.
That was so close. He had like 2 opportunities there. Not able to connect either. The third one, if he had more time, maybe, but he's told you. Nitro Cell out. Fends him off. Cleans up at least a hole, but doesn't really do much. Ape! A double for him! Bolivian! And Young Alpha taken down.
Still has the Nitro. Tosses it out towards the air conditioning units. Unfortunately not connecting. Hoven there trying to clean up from the master bedroom. Ape already back up on the site. The window popped. They just got themselves in to punch it out, but Hermosa has something to say about it. Told you on the run out. No, caught by the player on the rappel. Big G. Big stuff from him so far with the Dokkaebi. Unfortunately, a 4 versus 2 is impossible when Ape's swinging like that.
Well, R is aced. He's done. And what a beast Hoven has been with that Spectre. Rather, with the Scorpion. My goodness, Black and Blue, what are you talking about? This top floor defense of theirs, no matter where it goes, has been absolutely crushing. The timeout has been called by Astrape. I realize it's the first timeout we've seen all day so far. 4-1, and the final round of the half is where they decide to call it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I've noticed about Southeast Asian Rainbow Sixes. They are a little more hesitant to call the timeouts. They're a little bit, I don't know if it's necessarily they're more confident in their own abilities, or they see it as a bit of a risk given the stall out in time.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, look, this is probably the best time for them to take it given the momentum that Gaming Gladiators have. So anything they can do to disrupt that is going to be a boon.
Well, hallmarks of great teams are ones that can come back and win the round right after calling that timeout, especially when they've been in a slump. And that's what I'm looking to see here. The composure, response from Astrape to get themselves back into the game. 4-2, a lot more palatable here than a 5-1 might be. And Hoven has just possibly given us a tech pause.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Almost assuredly. It's going into the round. I expect this to pause as soon as we come in, but yeah, a dominating half so far already from the Gladiators. Could have been 5-0, to be quite honest with you, if not for the small throw by Toji. But hey, they take what they can. But yeah, if they bring this 4-2, that's still doable for this Astrape side. Otherwise, 5-1, a lot less so.
From the sounds of it, we might just be playing this one out. Gaming Gladiators may even just opt into the 4 versus 5 and disregard the rehost, save that for potentially later on. We'll have to see. I know there was some talk about it, but I mean, Gaming Gladiators is the position they're in. I think they'd be quite comfortable to 4 versus 5, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they have a big cushion. Final round of the half. Why not? Who knows? Who knows how things will go? Yeah, they continue on. 4v5. Doesn't matter. No problem. Let's get this show on the road. No need to fret, because Gaming Gladiators, they bet they can do this. Astrape, pretty similar composition for what we've been seeing. Bolivian on that Zophie. Rick's pulling out once more the Frost here, and well, they don't have Hoven this time on the Ela. Let's see how they try and plug in those holes. They do have at least a bunch of passive information gathering, especially with those Banshees that they can utilize to cover up any other avenues that Hoven might have otherwise been dealing with.
Oh, hold on. No, Hoven 100% did that on purpose. He's trying to save his KD here. Doesn't want to play the round and risk dying, so he's going to keep himself 7-1.5. At the moment, though, I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they have a solid grasp on the map. RP has been doing big work, swings the Geisha window, spooked a little bit, pulls himself back, doesn't want to overcommit his position right now. Spots the drone, looks to clear it out, knows that his position is being threatened, so he's just going to work his way through. A lot of choke points, a lot of close angles now. Oh my god, Bolivian!
My goodness. Ape swings from the tea room and he's delivered a drink. Phenomenal. Great shot for him to find here within the geisha. Hops back out to safety, and they realize, hey, we still have the numbers advantage. Let's play off of that. Hermosa going for a peek here. Cheeky angle, but he's been spotted out. That's not going to be an opportunity for him to run out once more this time. They've seen it, and now they're ready to expect it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ape might have made it look good, but unfortunately him falling negates that lead that he just found for his team. But you look at the rest of gaming, they're not panicking, they're quite comfortable in their positions, they've got a lot of different angles to then contest. The jump on in with the Gemini, so Hermosa should be in... Oh, no, he was knowing. He's going to say, you know what, we don't care! Okay, Young Alpha, quick on the trigger, will deny that opportunity. Rix does spot him. And the health low, it's going to be Rix in a 1 versus 4. Not as ideal, I think, as they would have liked. Yeah, phenomenal, finds the angle. And it will be 4-2.
Ambitiousness, really. Killing them here. Flying too close to the sun. I mean, Hermosa, I get 3v4. You want to try and equalize things, so you go for a risky play to maybe bring it down 3v3. But he did have the Banshee covering his back. And he didn't necessarily have to try and peek out too wide and go that deep to try and go for a run out, because otherwise he would have been covered. If not, he can fall back as well and go back towards the lobby side and maybe play from there. But hey, hindsight is 2020. Hoven back into the game. Gaming Gladiators, they go into this half 4-2, which is a lot more digestible of a half for a Strape. And knowing that this is one of the most, by far, the most defender-sided maps, a Strape still have a chance to close this game out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is also Gaming Gladiators. They're an insanely capable attacking team. They know the ins and outs. They've battled against the best in the region in Apex South. So I think they should have a grasp of how to approach this.
Well, let's see if their grasp slips on it. They got a good grip, or if a Strape, they let this one come away from their hands. Gaming Gladiators attacking side. I think Hoven's going to switch out to the Buck here. So they want to take this vertically. They want to come from down under. The hatch is open, which makes things a bit more, I guess, curious if they want to go that route here for Gaming Gladiators. They're going to have to worry about that hatch. But it's an avenue of attack that they can definitely try and utilize. And knowing how much of the site here is soft floor, that's going to make things more difficult for the anchors within the site. So if you can find a Strape, you kind of flex towards the Dragon a bit more, that might be where they're really going to want to hold things down.
Most definitely. Already drone game on point. They're getting in, looking to find some avenues to put that Buck to work, of course. The frag grenade's already in. Ape's nade eaten, so I don't... No, yeah, they did. I think they cleared out that utility on the reception wall, sorry. So they should be able to open that.
Nothing much being opened just yet. Second nade by Ape. Doesn't find much. I don't even know what it really dealt with, but hey, it's been chucked out there, so it's committed. Hermosa playing on the rappel. They're making sure that they don't just simply run out of the rafters there and take him down, especially while he's droning, so they have to be careful of that factor. The Toxic Bathe here, still alive for Pig. He has 3 of them to utilize. Then Nitro Cell on Bolivian and Young Alpha, so the plant could be quite difficult, but they get the pick. Ape, great find on a Young Alpha, leaving only a single Nitro Cell left on the board for Strape to use. Impact connects and actually takes him down.
Pig found by Hermosa, though they might just be able to get in and get him picked up. Hoven, headshot and a phenomenal follow-up damage onto a Rise. At least Bolivian can find one, but told you we'll trade him out almost immediately. Bolivian looking to cover an angle. Stuck where he is on terrace right now. Locked out as the plant should be going down. His position known. Spam through the wall. He's in a bit of trouble. Swung on from Dragon. He's got the SMG-11. Can't confirm. Hey, okay, never mind. He does anyway. I say it now. Ape picked up. Gets the kill. As you would expect, the man's hungry for the kills.
What I'm surprised by is that, seeing at how they opened the hatch down below, they were using that for their escape route, right? Basically, they didn't really commit anybody to playing down below. And having a single roamer down below could have made that Buck's job on Hoven a lot more difficult. But he had free reign to open up and really flush out the anchor positions that are playable within that site that had soft floor under it. And simply enough, that left a Strape with little to no real positions to anchor down, at least the powerful ones that they could have utilized. And Gaming Gladiators, they roll over them because of that. The Nook being flirted with here, but I'm not too sure if that's an idea they're going to commit to. Still, it's a curious one.
Yeah, most definitely. And saying that, we've seen a rise in Nook's priority in terms of attacking lineups, the ability to get deep into a building, negating the cameras, the frag grenades, the FMG9. She's such a powerful pick at the moment, so in the hands of RP, I have no doubt that he's going to put it to some significant work. The obvious counter being the Legion and those goo mines. It's great and all being sneaky, but if you step on one of them, it kind of hampers your progress.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Round about to start here. We go for the 8th. The Nook being committed to. I would normally be like, okay, well, why? But in this case, not entirely so. You look at the utility that they bring here. They have that Banshee. They have... No, they don't have a proxy to utilize, never mind. But they do have the Banshee, and that is something that you can find him circumventing, as well as the cams. Ape, he finds full value out of it early on. Finding a double, they don't even realize where he is. Completely just finding his way within it. Looking like Sam Fisher himself with the espionage here with a stealth. He finds a third from behind him. Even while Poison steps on those goo mines, but he doesn't mind.
The power of the Nook with the Hell Cloak. She is a lethal entity. Hermosa finding the 4th of the round. Prone, staring down the hallway between the sides. Tolchi catching hands from his teammate Hermosa. Justifiable. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay.
Justifiable.
Yeah, worth. Hashtag. Put a knot on it. Match point secured here by the Gaming Gladiators. 6-2. Looking like a lot of the same from what we saw in our previous game, with Fury going down to champion. Gaming Gladiators this time around, though, staying up top. They're the #1 team and standing here on the leaderboard, and they're going to continue to do so, especially with performances like this here on Playday 12 already. No team, barely any team, has really been able to find the formula to tear them down.
Honestly, I'd almost argue that was a bit cathartic for Hermosa. Team killing Tolji.
Yeah.
They could have been done already, if not for Tolji and his shenanigans. So Hermosa, yeah, I think he'll be quite happy with that and his return to the team for now. But, well, potential final round of the game. As we head up to Office and Exhibition is once again. Unfortunately, it may all be over. The crazy thing is, though, Hoven is in position to end the map with an 8.0 KD.
Man. What a performance we've been seeing here from the Gaming Gladiators. And as you pointed out as well, Ape, 14 frags on the man. He has almost as much as pretty much the entirety of his team combined, the rest of it. So, Gaming Gladiators, this could be their final bout of the day, final round. And no doubts aside, Astrape, they have been looking just as unfortunate as ever in these matches. They have yet to really get a single win in the tournament, and that continues on, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but there has to be winners, there has to be losers. Unfortunately, Astrape, at the moment, the losers. Tolji, first kill of the round, goes his way, phenomenal falls. And that's not ideal given that it's the Whammy. No more magnets going to be generating up. Young Alpha spots the player through the floor. Can't hit the shots. Nade, though, connects. So the return of damage actually goes the way of the attackers.
Okay. 5v4. A Strape, he'll lose that man count. Young Alpha has a great angle here for him. And Toji's been taken down. Big gun to remove off of the board. Ape making sure this entire northern side is clear before they push into the opposing site. Oh, that's a Twitch, that's a shock drone down. Bolivian finds it. At least gives him a bit more peace of mind that there's one less of those things crawling about.
Rise maybe not knowing that Ape was there. Certainly knows now that Ape, the jig is up. He will just pop the barricade and look to get a little bit more aggressive on Arise. Swinging, shoulder connected on. Unfortunately, that is all Bolivian. Finds Hermosa, cops some punishment back, and probably one of the best rounds, I was going to say, one of the best rounds we've seen out of a Strape so far. Hoven up to a 9 KD now. Needs to survive the round to hold on to it. No!
Wow.
Hoven dead. I cursed it. Cast a curse is real.
You've jinxed him. Put a hex on him. Some voodoo magic, but Rix, he's going to have to pull out the trick out of his sleeve to bring this game back, this round back.
Tricky Dicky, can he do it? Old Richard Nixon himself. They've got the angle open into office right now, but he's got to connect his shots. He's going to push straight on through.
No way. No way.
I don't think they realize he's pushed up this far. Finds one, but there is a player at his back, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Bolivian. Okay, yeah, I was wondering how that happened. But no, Bolivian didn't quite have the angle there.
Yeah. But him just being there in the first place, I think pretty much secured that. If he maybe got a kill on the guy who got him first, then who knows? Things could have gone differently. But hey, 6-3. Cushion still to work with. One that's still quite comfortable. But Gaming Gladiators, they want to end this one early. And so do we. Unfortunately for a Strape, that means that we still got a bit of a ways to go. An uphill climb, but it always starts with the first step, and that one at least was one in the right direction.
They hold on a little bit longer. 7-3 is obviously better than a 7-2, so you take it where you can. But master bedroom and the bathroom to come through for the defense of a Strape. Not a sight that we see all too much of here on Skyscraper, but I mean, with the right strategy, it's a pretty scary sight to attack.
Definitely for sure. And when you have this vertical control that a Strape are already trying to utilize, which we saw come into effect in that previous round, even though it was a different site, then Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to take down a big layer of this defense before they can even get to having the opportunity to plant. Now, soft wall being the ground, that goes both ways though. So, a Strape, they have to make sure that they aren't removing a lot of where they really have good footing on.
Most definitely. Gaming Gladiators bring the Ying in the hands of Ape. Hoven, can he redeem himself after ruining the KD? We'll have to see. But I mean, again, you'd imagine with the momentum that Gaming Gladiators have been able to generate, they should just wash over this final round, in theory.
In theory. We know plans, they don't always really stack up to the test of the true example here. Phenomenal. He makes that early contact. Finds that Hermosa wants to challenge his still. Iris East falls back instead and to continue to try and pound the outer edges of the second floor right above the site. And if Gaming Gladiators, if they find a pick, this is going to start things off. And that is exactly it. Hoven, he gets the wheel rolling. And now they're within the site immediately. They still have to deal with the second floor, though. Otherwise, the plan's going to be difficult. But Candela's coming out here. They found information. And they can find another pick here off of where they know a Strape are.
Oh, Ape. No! Got denied by the SMG-11 Pig G. Not going to be disrespected like that. Holds the shield, and that's where things get deadly.
I think he was banking on him being blind to try and knife him, but hey, doesn't work out. Trade here, actually pick, found by Phenomenal to bring things to a 3v3. That second floor defense still up alive, and Phenomenal, he's holding off the B site, actually both of them, as Bolivian's making sure the stairs is still theirs. Pig taking damage. In contrast, not much down by Bolivian.
Well, still holding on. 3 versus 3. No Toxicanises.
Whoa!
Little to know your defensive utility, and with Hoven ripping heads like that, it may all just be over here chasing. Bolivian up the stairs, gets the better of Hoven. Rex on the plant, which means that, well, it's on Tolji to cover should they commit to it. 2 versus 2 with 35 remaining. This vert angle could be the undoing.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. This layer that they have is going to be a big problem, but hey, they found a place to be able to plant this. Oh my goodness, no, they still find the angle. Phenomenal, great job to do that. And because they weren't able to flush this down, Bolivian secures a round as well. That second floor won them the round. That setup that they put into, and the fact that, well, we didn't see Gaming Gladiators even really attempt to take that second floor control, it really spelled their ultimate demise.
One round further. The Stripe hold on yet again. 6-4. I mean, conceivably, only 2 more rounds, and we're at OT and potentially on for another upset.
Very nicely done. Slowly crawling back into the game. That's all you can really do. Take it 1 round at a time. Camera error, Young Alpha says, so I think we're gonna hold off for a second, or do we go straight into the game? It seems to be the latter.
I mean, it's a cam issue. You should be able to get that sorted in prep time.
Yeah.
It's a Kaid. It's not like you need to go and help with the setup. You can just toss your Artilla claws once the round started.
Have you tried turning it on and off again, sir? Perhaps that would work. Yeah, you're right. Cade, you check your electro claws. 1 here, 1 there. Reinforce a bit of this, a bit of that. You're good. So, nothing too difficult for them to deal with. We're going back up to Karaoke and T. And, we're going to see if Astrape, they can continue singing this tune and stay on key. It's Gaming Gladiators here right now who have to give us a different rhythm because, well, this beat, they're getting played off of it.
Well, right now, Gaming Gladiators want to close it out. They don't want to drag this out anywhere near overtime. They want to be able to finish this here and now. Because the longer this goes, the later it gets. I mean, there's just more mental capacity you're investing when you don't need to. So if they... Oh, no! Young Alpha. Cam issues may be plaguing him, but it's not hampering his skill whatsoever.
Yeah, cam issues, but not hand issues so far. As his aim pretty on point. Good dexterity. Astrape, they still have that advantage, especially after the opening pick. In Gaming Gladiators, they lose Hoven, a big player to find. He has been having himself a pretty good game with 11 frags and lots of firepower to accompany that to boot on the Zophie. Not going to have that benefit this time. He'll be down on the man count. Ape here down below, and the resto. He has a replicator to use, but he's not going to want to give himself away just yet. Nade to try and force him off of the stairs, and it perfectly connects on Phenomenal.
Banks it around the corner. Gets control of the black stairs. Toxicanises will push him off for the moment. Looking for a nade from below. Some options available to him, but unfortunately not the angle that he needed. But take it, 1 key gunner off the board. That's huge. And the nade attempt from below. Hermosa banking it towards that T door. Pops the barbed wire. Shots give away the position of the player above. And, oh, the swing, not successful.
Great swing here. Maybe the nade could have done differently. The Tolji, he still gets a kill. And he can get the res on the Hermosa here, technically. Still, it's going to be difficult to do, especially with the minute left on the clock. But if they really value that man count, they can go for it.
Tolji needs to cover this angle. Rex still not in position to get inside and go for that plant. They will recover Hermosa. Player identified over towards Geisha. Tolji swinging around. It's coming in circles. He needs some support here. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to push through. Rex finally in the building. Ape opens things up with a kill on Alpha. Pushing through. This is where Gaming Gladiators are looking. Rex somehow just sprays down poor Pig. And it looks like it's all going to be over here, Blacken.
Yeah, that's
Oblivion
it.
holds on for one, but Tolji answers back. Gaming Gladiators close it out 7-4.
GG for GG. 7-4, as he said, they take it. Oh, what a shot there in the end. And once they put their foot on the gas pedal, they continue to fly away with it and drive away. Seemingly here, a Strape, a better performance than what we saw in their initial matchup between this team. That one ended 7-1 in Gaming Gladiators' favor. This time, 7-4. Could have been arguably a 7-3 if not for Tolji. But hey, they take what they can, right? Still, congrats to...
It could have been a 7-1.
This could have been a 7-1. You're entirely right. And so, as we talked about a while ago, I don't think Hoven really minded that team kill towards his friend.
Yeah, look, honestly, I swear, catharsis at the end of the day, but I mean, probably a little bit closer than we anticipated, and not necessarily an outright upset, but I suppose upset in terms of the score predictions. Gaming Gladiators will still remain top of the table. Strape, unfortunately, will still remain bottom of the table, but Gaming Gladiators at this point are so far clear, I think, that there's no chance that they lose that position.
Yeah, they are almost assuredly going to remain there at the top, I believe. But I don't want to call it just yet. Obviously, I'm not great at math. That's why I'm here. But I am pretty confident that these guys have a really good chance of ending up as that first seed at the end of things, at that first place. And that will continue on, especially when they play like this. You can see full confidence abound no matter which team they're going up against. From the top of the board all the way down, they're always prepared to hit bullseye, and that they have done time and time on over again throughout this season. Yeah, back and forth this game was, but hey, we still have to give props to a Strape for punishing those opportunities that were given by Gaming Gladiators in the first place.
Yeah, okay, looking at it, so they will end the day on 31 points. There is a possibility that if Elevate win tonight and then win the next two matches, that they might just be able to take it, but it then comes down to round differential, which is actually insanely close.
Yeah.
Plus 23 for Game and plus 21 for Elevate. So there is possibility to lose out the spot, but you're not going to lose out if you get involved with the giveaway. Hashtag Fight for Glory in chat. You can win yourself some R6 credits on PC and that pin as well to boot. Looking pretty clean. You love the merch. You love the drip. So get on it. Get on it right now.
Of course, guys. You guys can win as well, so make sure you join our giveaway. Credits in the pin could be yours. But what will be all assuredly ours, not down to luck, is this next and final game coming up here for today. You guys are watching the R6 Operation League. We've got 3 games already run through, and we have one final one to close off the day between Northern Forces and Elevate. Which one will rise above the competition? We'll find out after me, Black and Blue, and Blue Panda come back from this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylist, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Good damage being dealt here by the Clash. I mean, look at it go. The switch over to the Super
Oh,
Sleeve from
no!
outside.
No!
It's Supper! No way! Somehow, the vertical being opened up. That's actually the bomb side. It's Pecan through the floor to find the kill on the Phenomenal Souffle is downed, however, but inside of the pantry, Pecan goes huge.
No!
With the shotgun for 3. Direwolf.
He's just out of his reach just now. Jackie Wu going to turn this corner, going to win that trade and pick up 2 for himself on a double kill.
Schwan, he's waiting here in the corner. If they don't expect this, then he can get found, and that he does. Going big. Toxic Bathe still in the hands here of Ray C, but he doesn't win out the fight against Jackie Wu. A 4K quad kill.
The rest of the attackers are in an advantage. Tolji and Ape, of course, on that board mean that it is anyone's game at all times.
I mean, I like it on rifles, but on the SMG-11, who knows?
Oh! Ape! I'm telling you, man, it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
Well, he's certainly proving me wrong! But Ape, he gets a triple kill in the hand. Monkey business abound. Toxic Babe to pop off. And I have sunken in my words.
It's all down to Pecan. 1v3, downs 1. Can he find 2?
Oh, there's no way he's gonna win this fight. He's sprinting. There's a shotgun wave.
Oh.
He retreats. The diffuser. How does Pecan actually get away with this? 30 seconds. He's gonna go in for the plant.
Well, they might just be able to come out on top. The one that is spotted, second one does! Pecan lands it! He just plays it down to a T like it's nothing in Vienna.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Yeah, I mean, look, Northern have been looking all right. They've picked themselves up 4 wins this stage already. But it's Elevate. So, like, as much as you want to say, yeah, Northern are in with a chance, it's Elevate. They are one of the best teams to come out of Apex South, one of the most successful teams. Last time they faced off, it was an overtime victory, 8-7 on border to Elevate. But Elevate has looked even better since then.
Apologies, apparently I wasn't coming through. To reiterate myself, Yes, I'm Black and Blue with Yuzul Panda, yada yada who. Some teams doing good, some teams doing bad. Thank you, our sponsors, Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. But yeah, Blue Panda, you made a pretty good point. You know, stark contrasts between these two teams already. Some teams really, the only upset we've seen today was that opening game from the Direwolves versus, actually no, Obsession, yes, beating out Direwolves. That was really the only upset. After from that, kind of what we expected happened, I think. I mean, we saw Fury also struggle, which you could kind of say is an upset in and of itself. But definitely this final match that we just saw here right now between Gaming Gladiators, that one wasn't so. So our predictions so far, not entirely perfect here today, but I think this final one is going to remain true from what we normally expect. We have seen Elevate, you know, for them to be at the second slot, actually very closely tied almost to the Gaming Gladiators. They have really showed and proven that their team to be reckoned with, still always so true. Northern Forces, they're the ones who have to try and punch up here, and they have a lot to do if they want to be able to topple this Elevate squad.
Yeah, I mean, currently in 6th spot at the moment, they are 7 points behind Elevate. 8 points behind, Elevate. So, I mean, even to crack into the top 4 for that playoffs position, they need to win this and their next 2 matches, of course. So they can't afford to slouch or drop any rounds where possible. It's definitely going to be a tall task, but Juan, Racy, Yi, Bin Bin, and Clazy, one of the newer additions to this team, is they're looking to like you said, they're looking to punch up just a little bit. They are definitely stepping up to one of the big names in this competition.
For sure. We're taking a look at Northern Forces to start things off here. We got Schwan, Racy, Yega, Ben, and Clazy. Now, the last time these two teams faced against each other, it came down to the wire. Overtime, 8-7, with Elevate barely scraping by in that match. That was on border, where starting side here for Elevate was on the defense, and then on forward, things continued on. Actually, rather, no, it wasn't the attack they started on. We're looking now here at Elevate this time. They need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyways. You have Mark, DCH, Mr. Punch, Onigiri, and Sapper to round out this roster that they've got. And Sapper, he's been having himself an incredible game. And much true to his name, he has been so proficient with a lot of the explosive utility you see in the game. Nades, may it be, nitro cells. He's been having himself a really good tournament. But Villa is our final battleground for the day.
Yeah, another more a staple of ANZ, I think, than the greater APAC South region, but a strategically intensive map, tends to lean towards the more defensive side of things. But, I mean, that can change with the operator bans, and we will be getting into those in just a moment. I mean, Azami, almost a must ban on this map, given how much impact she can have.
Well, Azami, as you talked about, really big influence on a map like this. We've seen just how powerful that can be, like a while ago on a map like Clubhouse, where that Garage Hold so much more viable and so much more potent when complemented by that Azami. So I don't think you're too far-fetched from that. We also could see a Valkyrie ban here. It's been something that we have seen take place quite commonly enough, especially just how sprawling this map can be. So many tight, small spaces. You can hide those black eyes. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that being banned on the defense. But on the attack, what do you wager here we could be finding to be taken off the board from these teams?
I'm anticipating probably Hibana or Ace, one of the two. Probably the Thatcher and Flores might even be an option there as well. But you can see, obviously, the gaming house buff here for Elevate might just be what tips it over the edge. Flores, there you go, straight away from Northern Forces. Elevate starting off in the attack, so they could give themselves a bit of freedom to start this map off.
The bootcamp buff could certainly be a true case. Flores taking off. Okay, good. I think you take away those Roteros, you can have a lot less problems to have to deal with. You don't have to look on the ground as much. The Finka being taken away here. It's also curious. Both these teams fairly utilizing it, but Elevate, they do not want to have to deal with it for this round. So for this game, defensive side, we talked about the ones we might think be banned. I'm still sticking on the Valkyrie, so that's why I think it's going to be taken out here.
I'd imagine so. Mira potentially might be. I mean, I think the safest bets would be Valkyrie and Mira. Azami might even be the closer here, just given how strong she is. But Valkyrie just makes so much sense. Probably the best map I think she currently has in the competitive pool in terms of where you can position those cams and the information gathering potential. Final band to come through, and all the forces take the Clash out instead.
Okay. Not a super tactical ban, but more of something that they just do not want to even have to bother with thinking of. Just annoying to play against, not super strong, can be powerful when used in the right situations, applications, and supported with the right roster and composition, but yeah, it's just something they do not want to have to deal with at all. It's annoying to them, and they're going to stick with it. Azami coming out here, Oryx being picked by Crazy Thunderbird as well, and the Capkin. Really, this is a pretty itchy defense. Annoying one, really, if you're the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it the way it's going to play out here. A lot of defensive utility, a lot of you've got information from the alibi. You've got denial from the Capcan. You pair that with an Azami and a Thunderbird, an insane amount of survivability on the side itself. You set it up towards Aviator. You set it up towards top main. There is going to be a very, very tough push to come through. But DCH currently hovering something that I would be hesitant to say that he's going to stick it out. But, I mean, who knows in Siege at the moment. Yeah, okay, Blackbeard.
All right. We're having fun with this. Blackbeard coming out here to start off this final game of the day. Elevate on the attack, Northern Forces on the defense. Well, lots of teams, when taking the site, they like to come from this master side. And so you can already see that Northern Forces, they've extended their defense to try and push back a northern side, a master-sided push, instead of solely focusing on that study. But the study is where Elevate initially are going to make some noise, make some contact. You have Mark and Mr. Punch towards that side of the map. Mr. Punch from down below, Mark up top.
Avenues through to be played. Juan, yeah, top main stairs with the Kiba barricades. Has a little bit of extra support there. But, I mean, the fact that there is no Jaeger or Wemai for North could be a problem in and of its own right. I mean, you've got Onigiri with those frag grenades. Sapper is also playing the French CQB shotgun, I've just noticed.
Well, I mean, really living up to, it's merely a mindset. What you bring to the desk, what you bring to the fight, it's more important how you use it over what you're using. I think that's what he believes. This could be what they need, I guess, to turn things around.
Buck on a budget, I see.
Yeah. No, why have a buck when you can have a lion with a shoddy, right?
Yeah. Utility starting to open these walls. There was no breach denial brought either. So I think North may have, again, big-brained themselves here in this situation, not bringing the utility that they necessarily needed to mount this defense. Halfway through the round, Clazy down below, looking for something. If he could find a kill on a Sapper, that would be huge.
Sapper has been a big player in this entire tournament, but Ben, huge find on that alibi. He takes on Sapper as advertised, and now they have a really good chance of winning this round. Could be even more so, though. All these Kiba barriers have been thrown out. Schwan in the corner, cheeky angle, but one that isn't necessarily unknown of. Oh, look at this information being gathered so much off of those pings.
Easy. Still playing tight around this angle, and you can see North, they're all just backing themselves, holding crossfires, not overexposing themselves here. Schwan's position in particular could be deadly.
Will it pan out that way? Mr. Punch, he gets a quick kill on a Clazy, on Nigiri as well, but Schwan's able to find one before being taken down. 3v2. They're within that study, but it's Northern Forces here who are reluctant to learn that Mr. Punch is coming their way. He does get traded out, though, by Bin. Last one left alive is going to be Onigiri. Gonna have to find some way to keep this one rolling. The diffuser, he's going to try and plant it. Here comes the Nitro. He is done for. Actually, he's able to bail himself out. But yeah, this round is done. No chance in hell. They secure it as Northern Forces open up with a defensive round.
Very convincing start here on Villa. Elevate a little bit off form, but right now, it's very little you can read into it. It was just a setup. It was a couple of mistimings on positions. Sapper going to be bringing the Ash this time around, it would seem, as we had to split, of course, Trophy and Statuary. But you look at the defense once again. Ella in play with that Frost. So there's going to actually a Thorn instead. So Ella and Thorn. So you can tell they're trying to deny that walk-in wardrobe position.
Yeah, they want to make sure that that is going to continue to be theirs for the time being, and I think it's a really good plan for them to have. To make sure that that walk-in closet is pretty much denied for a long time. That is a big position that, on the attacking side, they really bank on here for Elevate. To be able to take that master side, you take that, you have much more potential control of the bathrooms, of the showers area, and you can potentially storm onto Astro, into the blue stairs afterwards. But if you can stop him, try at least to stop them at the gate. Let's see if Elevate try and take the opposite way around. Try and go the long route and take the scenic one here coming from the study side.
Well, round about to get underway, and Elevate looking to bounce back from what was an unfortunate round one. We see the OSU coming into play as well, the Talon Shield, the M870, and the FO12 in play for the defense.
Wow. Very curious decisions, but hey, I'm not going to be asking anymore, especially when we saw the shotty come out from the line a while ago. Let's see how they actually use it. Northern Forces. 2 deployables, 4 barbed wires, and much more that Elevate are going to have to try and burn through. They are taking that scenic route, as we talked about, coming from the study side, from the southern side. Bin Bin is on trying to play from that far away. Make sure that he's always at least a step ahead. He finds information. They know he's here inside the games. The 90 is being controlled by Elevate on the rappel. That sends Bin Bin back. All he has to do here really is waste time. If he can get a minute off the clock, it might just be worth it.
Right, he's still holding down with a shotgun. Bin Bin misses the drone there, so info is well and truly there on him, looking at the span through the wall, but unable to get the drone. Massive nade, and the follow-up Onigiri on the redemption path.
Alright, nicely done here from Onigiri. Bin Bin being taken down. To take down the Muzzie's big. No more active pests that he can use as drones and go around and actively gather information. Necrocell potential as well removed. Still though, they've got a bunch of util to utilize, as we've talked about. Here comes Akiba to plug in that hole. Look at this angle. Smart, not too unconventional, but not something you see every day here coming from DCH. That will help him further contest. Oh! Okay, nice bait. Great job here by Sapper.
Yeah, forced the aggression. I mean, there was little to no option, especially with Mark as well, finding that kill plant going down behind the Talon Shield. Unfortunately, yeah, you're going to take out Onigiri, but that's perfectly fine. They get the plant down, and now in the post, they have the advantage. G falls. Sapper finishes him off. Juan did get a lovely little kill, but no, Mark snaps the 90-degree angle and takes his head off.
Around here, coming from the GG side, pretty proficiently done. Rather, from the Elevate side, pretty proficiently done to tie things up 1-1. And when they, I guess, kind of realized or surmise that, hey, there's lots of presence, lots of utility being placed here towards that master side, towards the walk-in closet, let's divert from that. Yes, apply pressure, but let's start off by also pulling the defense a bit further. And if there's anyone on that study side, if we make noise here, make contact here, that'll keep him there and allow the rest of our breaching force an easier time opening up that master wall into the statuary, and they get the job done. So great job here by Elevate. We're going back up to the trophy and statuary, and this is where they want to continue to play Northern Forces. Let's hope that for them, hey, hopefully, second time is their calling.
Well, end of the round. Yeah, look at that. Poor Ella. FaZe was keen for it. Unfortunately, DCH had friends in that round. Now, though, the reattempt, round about to get underway. Largely the same lineup for Elevate and for North. The difference being no Ela this time. And actually, no, I lie. There's also a Thunderbird.
Yeah, well, gives them even more sustainability in the round, especially those Kiba barriers. Very annoying comp for Elevate to try and pry open, but luckily for them, they have lots of explosive utility to deal with this. Obviously from the lifeline, but the 2 nades as well on both Onigiri and Mr. Punch. They're going to have to come in crucial. Study side is what they're going to want to take. Once again, been playing from the games. Up top the classical. Makes noise, denies that replicator from gaining even more information, as him and Jaeger are really committed to making sure this push is stifled.
Holding that study door. Saw shadows contesting the window. Bin. I mean, this is the big difference that we're seeing. Northern Forces, it feels like a bit itchy on the trigger finger. They're too keen to make a play, and it is something that can come back and bite teams.
In this case, they're not gonna bite themselves on the foot just yet. Mr. Punch, his attempt at the nade doesn't really connect, doesn't find much. Bin, he's only has to deal with this Astro side, but Elevate, they've slowed things down. Oh, drone gathered here and gives him some information towards that game side. Not gonna utilize it just yet, and here's Mr. Punch trying to crawl his way in.
Mr. Punch, they're not hunting for any of this off-site presence. Only Geary getting some big info out of that Gemini as well. This is just insane. The fact that they were freely getting that information, they can push on up. Clazy, first kill onto Punch. DCH falls to Juan. And all of a sudden, what looked like a great start to the round is crumbled.
Okay. Great shot here coming from Onigiri to find Schwan. 3v4. A mid left on the clock and ticking. And the further that goes, the more difficult it's going to be for Elevate, especially with a man count not in their favor. Here comes out those Selma breachers. They're able to give them more sight lines into the site, but as we said, as we pointed out, for them to lose Yazami means that no more Kiba barriers are going to be able to be available to plug that in. Onigiri pushing here from the landing. Clazy finds a kill on the Sapper. Big frag for him to find. Only a single nade here for them to utilize for that plant. Now 20 seconds left on the clock. This is looking desperate here right now for Elevate.
I mean, to be fair, these are the two players that you'd want in the clutch situation. Mark covering the cross, finds the first.
Beautiful.
Onigiri is going to stick it out, but Mark will fall. Onigiri can't hit the shot onto Clazy. And it will be Northern Forces to get themselves the defuse and a second round. My God, Black and Blue, it's the underdog story tonight.
Definitely has been 2 for 2. And it's really been shaking things up here. As I said, when you're the underdog, you're punching up. And those chins, it can be brittle for the towering teams that are a team like Elevate, that are a team like Fury. Elevate seemingly not able to rise as high as we normally are used to seeing from them. The Echo here, coming out from Northern Forces. This is an interesting pick, but no. They go back down to the mute, keeping things a bit more simple. The Twitch alive could actually subvert some of the potential that mute has.
Aviator Games once again on the cards. Last time, it was a bit of a mess. Obviously, winning it on the clock for Elevate, so North going to feel a little bit comfortable there going into the defense. And that Thunderbird and Azami combo is so painful to have to deal with.
Those Konas, we've seen them really revitalize teams that need it. That's, I think, what Northern Forces are banking on. They know that a lot of these rounds, they're going down to the wire in terms of the time. It's being bled out dry. And in those late round situations, to be able to continue sustaining yourself, continue re-upping, it's a big thing to have. And so those Konas, definitely a worthwhile choice, especially considering how this game has went. But the Monty, we want to talk about sustainability. Well, that's what Onigiri and the rest of Elevate decide to bring to the table to give them more holding power.
Onigiri on the drone. Spots out Juan, but loses the drone at a cost. Onigiri on the Monty, obviously. Okay, I just noticed there's a blitz as well, so it's a dual shield push here with a cap cannon play, Blacken, and that could be less than ideal.
Well, less than ideal doesn't always mean that it isn't exactly what you sometimes need. Sometimes it might just be that wild card that throws things up. Oh, I'm not sure what that was. Maybe a nitro cell being chucked out here that could have taken him down. Friendly need. Oh no, the Capcan traps. That's what gets marked down low.
I mean, look, it's not ideal, but he can make it work. I don't know about the Monty with a cap cannon play, or a blitz with a cap cannon play, or anyone with a cap cannon play when they're not scouting. Onigiri's dead, so the Monty completely irrelevant. Sapper, got nothing at all. As Mark falls as well. I just again, it is what it is. There's only so much you could read into it.
It do be what it do, for sure. Double shield, but they shall yield. Nitro Cell connects, and explosive answers here to what is looking to be a more stalwart attacking side from Northern Forces. They tried to put up an iron wall, but Elevate, man, they just can't seem to keep it up. 2v5 on path to a flawless round here. The Northern Forces are. Well, this map, defenders sided as it is statistically. Elevate still have a chance. Oh, on the swing. Study is there as Clazy finds that. Brings it down to a 4v1, Mr. Punch. Does not let the flawless go away, but eventually comes a day that Bin secures the round. And Northern Forces, Blue Panda. I don't think we were expecting a 3-1 start from them.
Technically, we're still within the realms of possibility for a 3-3 half.
Technically.
Although momentum would dictate that is not the likely outcome.
No,
I don't know. Playdate 12 is a weird playdate. I don't know what to make of it anymore.
Well, it's Northern Forces who have made sure that they stay playing every day and they still keep themselves in the game. Elevate just could start to get desperate as the rounds continue on. They can play 2 more rounds perfectly, then who knows? Yeah, as you said, 3-3 is a possibility. Kitchen, we're going down below to the dining here for Northern Forces. And this is a site that I think Elevate are going to be a bit more proficient at taking. We've seen them have a pretty okay time at taking that master site, and you know that any team would almost want to assuredly take that vertical control, especially against a team like Northern Forces here who have such a really pesky defense we've talked about. Not really one focused on spreading themselves thin and sprawling out, which means as they anchor down on the site below, that could give Elevate just what they need to take a round.
We'll see. We'll see. Clazy doing his best impression of a Frostmat. Sitting under the pantry window right now. Mark should spot him out, and unfortunately the Frostmat is going to move. But you look at the spread. I mean, a very horizontal setup for this defense.
Yeah, they don't like spreading themselves vertically, and I kind of expected that. Even considering there was a mute, you didn't really see anybody go up top, and as we talked about Northern Forces, they don't like to spread themselves super too thin. They like to kind of anchor a bit more, maybe send 1 roamer, but that's about it. Sometimes 2. And that will allow Elevate to have an easier time of taking that second floor control. But Onigiri, he's in a precarious position here. If he continues on without using his replicator, he might be in for a rough time.
Elevate, just looking for, I mean, any sort of opening, any sort of entry foray into the building, and a pick to go along with it. Bin takes some damage, but has a Kona station in close proximity. Drops the hatch, whether intentionally or not. has gotten himself out of danger for the moment. DCH looking to clear that utility, push on into this living room position, but do they have the drone? There was a player close right, and that could be deadly.
3-1. Elevate. They're not done just yet. Still, things have slowed down to a crawl. Not what I was expecting, but Ray C opens things up with a spear. It's on the Geary. It's close by. Do not let that go unheard. Quick trade off. Mr. Punch finds a follow-up kill on that Thorn here in the Bin, giving them the advantage. Elevate. They could storm back with a round here right now. Sapper's made his presence known within the mudroom. But as soon as he crosses, okay, he still gets the information on where Schwan was, but he's the one to be found. Glazy there for the support, realizing where he's coming from, and a great find.
North playing a great game. Schwan traded out immediately after. So Elevate will maintain that player lead for the moment. Yee and Clazy to hold on. I mean, Clazy hitting some massive shots here so far on Villa. Wouldn't be surprised if they're able to team up and take it out in this clutch situation. Yee getting aggressive towards China. Spots the Gemini. Shots should give his position away. He's going to swing, goes to the pre-fire. There is a drone there, so at least someone should have seen him. On the off-angle, Clazy prone, and Laundry finds the lineup. It's the diffuser in the middle of the site, pops the wall with the impact as well. Has the time on his side. They've played it perfectly. Yee with a shotgun as well. North, Blackett, you didn't think they were going to hit 3. Well, they've gone one better. They've got 4.
My goodness, Northern Forces. Things are continuing up north. It's down south, though, for Elevate, as at the very least, Northern, for the side of North, they've secured the advantageous half no matter what happens here right now. 4-2, not a bad score at all for the Northern Forces going to that second half. But Elevate, not bad for them either. They get this 4-2, they swap over to the second half, close things out on the defense with a small comeback. Very, very digestible for them still. But the way that Northern Forces have been playing this, momentum speaks true, and the ball don't lie. It's been nothing but net so far here for Northern Forces. The one round that Elevate were able to win, that seems surprisingly so, like a stark outlier over what we're normally used to.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at this rate, this might even be a 5-1 half that we see out of Northern Forces. It's just terrifying to behold.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, it's a difficult prospect to process if you're an Elevate fan. But I'm sure not just done, not yet.
5 seconds remaining.
And leave Villa open? Meant they had something planned for this, but that could come into swing on the defensive half. Thing is, though, you gotta play both sides. Let's Elevate who seemingly look a bit one way than the other. Once more, Cohen is up. Got that Azumi once more for the Kibas. Kapkan, Mozzie, Jaeger. Nothing too different here from Northern Forces. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Elevate. They're coming from this northern side, trying to push into the Astro, trying to push directly into the Master side, and not have to deal with everything else that comes with taking a more scenic route.
Yeah. Well, Yee taking some big damage there on this Astro possession. Sapper, unfortunately, not able to find the kill, which means if Yee can get himself in a position for the Konas, that'd be huge. Unfortunately, Ray C, not the same. Hits the Claymore and is now out for the remainder of the round. An advantage that Elevate needs to capitalize on.
4-1, but Bin, he's going to be found here. Could be Elevate storming back to at least close this half 4-2. Onigiri on the top angle, but Schwan on the peak. Great find for him. Equalizes things just a bit. 3-4. Has Akiba to close his hole up. Perfectly placed. That gives him a bit more sustainability within that site. They can hold out a bit longer. A minute and a half left to work with here for Elevate. Oh, but the angle still found by Mr. Punch. That's huge.
Elevate in the best spot they've been in for a while. Need to close this out before it gets any closer. Lazy and Yee have the Kona stations to work around. The EDDs as well, potentially to come into play. Clazy on a bit of a flank. Spots the pixel, but pulls off. He's a minute to burn here, which is insane.
Oh, big implications of this round. Man, Mr. Punch gets another kill here. 1v3, Clazy taken down. And Mr. Punch follows up. He had himself an amazing round, and that is what they could need here, Elevate, to get back into the game. Now, obviously nothing transfers over to the second half, but they do have that momentum. We've seen many times over that a team who is struggling in the first half win the final round of that first half, then come back in the second half off of that momentum. And that's something that could definitely benefit here, Elevate. So hopefully for their sake, if you're a fan of them, they've finally gotten some wind under their sails, in their wings. And this is what I'm expecting for Northern Forces to try and close this out with, but I am more than just anticipating a real response from Elevate. Now that they finally got around, I think we have a game in our hands.
Well, Elevate kick it off. Aviator Games, as you'd expect, nothing crazy there. But, I mean, the fact that DCH is currently fragless this map is kind of wild, honestly. Elevate definitely feeling a bit stifled today.
That's something we're used to seeing from a team like Elevate. There's Northern Forces who have risen above and continued to, I guess, for lack of a better term, elevate themselves over the opposition. Thatcher coming out, Zophie as well, the ace, nothing too different. Stock standard, same as well for Elevate here. They come out with the double SAS, projectile denial, and that alibi to accompany the Banshees. Do they extend their defense horizontally though? Not much. It's only really Mark who has pushed his way there towards the northern side of the map, but he quickly rescinds it. Not for long. Kind of double dipping, but yeah. He wants to kind of play around this Astro, kind of playing around this trophy, or rather statuary for the meantime.
There's a lot of shots coming out from north. A lot of noise, but not really much traction gained. Finally starting to get themselves in. They will force Elevate back. You can see, Elevate are quite comfortable. They've already burnt a minute. They can now get onto the site and look to play the setup that they have. They're honestly quite happy with that.
Sure they are. Something they're going to walk away from, not minding, necessarily. Elevate. They're waiting for a response here from Northern Forces, who have taken that entire northern side for their control. Onigiri on top of the red stairs. Replicator removed. He has a good position to really be a big nuisance, but if he gets pincered here, that could be the end of him. Tries to go for the aggressive option. Could actually find the timing, and he does. Bin busy with the drone. Doesn't even realize Onigiri's pushing up on him. He finds that opening kill.
He's going to take up position on the red stairs, fully aware that there is a possibility someone could be lurking below. We see that ourselves. Juan about to make his move towards top red. Shots going out, and every shot out of the mag that Onigiri commits to a pre-fight. Well, it's going to be successful. Clazy falls as well. Onigiri for a third. Never mind. I was going to say every shot he commits puts him in more danger, but it doesn't matter when you're hitting heads.
Well, you miss every shot you don't take, isn't it? Elevate. A flawless round potentially here. Yes, it is. 5 up. 0s left standing on the opposing side. Elevate, they answer back. As I talked about, we've seen many times these type of teams, these type of games where the team struggles on the opening half, wins the final round, that 6th round of the first half, then continues that momentum into the second. And that's exactly what we're seeing here right now. Elevate, bring the lead down to a single round.
Will this be that reverse sweep? 2 rounds to start, and then, what was it, 7 in a row? Obviously the 4-2 lead in the half, and then Elevate. Look, they need 4 more to close out the map. They have what it takes on the defense as well.
Definitely so. You look at, if I want to go by the numbers here for a map like Villa, It's a 61% win rate on the defensive side, as opposed to the 38% on the attack, which is pretty much a... it's actually the third most defender-sided map we have statistically here in the operation. Actually, not scratch that. Fourth. Surprisingly, Border, a single percent more, but that's about it. Enough with the numbers, though. The only one we have to really bother with is the scoreboard up top. 4-3, Elevate. They cut things down. Capital, potentially to be switched out here, Blue Panda.
Understand it. We've already seen it tonight. We saw it on Clubhouse. It largely plays... well, it plays quite similarly on this map as well, and I think there's even a couple of skylight angles that you can get funky with, and those smoke bolts as well. So I don't blame North for looking for the attempt. Well, unfortunately, Elevate a team on the defense, incredibly comfortable, and Onigiri has his Aruni as well. I mean, you just have to think back to the 6th Invitational and what he was able to do with the MK14, and North should well and truly be concerned.
Definitely have to start looking over their shoulder. Because Elevate, it's not an easy path for them, but one they're not so shy from to come back into this game. Azami, Aruni, Smoke, Mute, and Jaeger. A powerful comp. We know Elevate, they love playing off of that Aruni. We've seen it for a really long time. A lot of their comps are based around that. Okay, Thatcher here to deny that from being open. They put out the Kiba. Follow-up destroys it. Look at the utility shuffle we're seeing here on this one doorway. Here comes another Kiba to block it off.
Safa holding a long angle. I mean, yeah, it's the power of the Kiba barricades altering the environment around you. That, plus it's bulletproof, and to actually destroy it, you either have to use some of that explosive utility or get close enough to punch it out. But Bin Bin with the frag grenade does remove marks, and no more Kiba barricades able to be deployed.
5v4. Great frag. The find mark on that Azami gives him so much more potential on this execute. On Nagiri, he finds the opener on the trade on the Yiga, but as that wall has already been opened by Yiga, they have no real way to patch it up. Since Mark on that Azami went down, no more Kiba barriers to plug in these holes. Elevate. They're going to have to play with what they've got. On the lurk here down below, Schwan trying to find anybody, trying to deny vertical play, but that's not coming just yet.
Slowing it down. We hear the bolts coming out from the Capital. Racy. Nitro from Mr. Punch, though, will remove him, unfortunately. Sapper playing close on that kitchen. No, sorry, not kitchen. Bathroom door. Different in its entirety.
They both have a sink, so I can't blame you. Onigiri, he finds that kill. DCH on the follow-up. It's all on the Schwan. This is almost assuredly here, I think, Blue Panda, a secured round and a tied scoreline as Equilibrium Elevate finally achieve it here to tie the game up 4-4.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to forgive me. It's about to be 4:30 in the morning.
It's alright. Sometimes I cook my breakfast on the sink. In the powder room. Oh no, I'm joking, obviously.
Yeah.
I wouldn't...
Right now, though, we are going down the kitchen. So, we get there in the end. 4-4 now the scoreline. All tied up despite the half going the way it did. Honestly, I think Elevate should be quite comfortable to close it out here. Defense is where they tend to thrive. They live in the chaos, choking out their opponents, not giving them room to breathe. And defense on Villa is perfect for that.
And that would be such a heartbreaker of a loss for Northern Forces to face, right? The last match, super close, 8-7. Elevate come out on top. And then this one, they lose this when they had such a, maybe not a huge lead, but a decent lead considering the momentum. Yes, it was 4-2, but the momentum kind of was suggesting otherwise at that time. Could have been a 5-1. Elevate. They pull out the castle here to also complement those Kiba barriers on the Azami. There is so much bulletproof material that Northern Forces are going to have to deal with, and that's not even talking about the deployable shield that Mr. Punch has. And to pull out the Pulse here as well, this tells me that they definitely want to deny that vertical control up above from down below.
The M1014 pulse, I'm not sure about that one. I know the UMP's not great, but the M1014 is not really that much better.
I think he's trying to vertical them from down under with a shotty, right? The M10.
Yeah,
that's probably the idea.
It's a bold move. We'll see. Actually, no, he's probably hitting out the pantry window if I had to guess.
Oh, you're not actually wrong. That's very possible as well. Fortune does favor the bold. And Sapper, he's one of quite mischief, quite large one in that. And he's also someone who dares. Those who dare win. Onigiri. Speak of the UMP, as terrible as it might be, he gets a kill with it still and gives him an advantage here. So Elevate, not looking too shabby just yet.
I mean, that's the thing though. People will bag on that weapon quite actively, but you've got to remember, if you put even a bad gun in the hands of an insanely capable fragger, is it really that bad?
I think a lot of it, I mean, we all know the woes of a UMP, but probably came from that Canadian pop-off from the days of old. You're playing Twitch Geo, I've got an ump. Onigiri this time with another UMP kill. Big find. He takes on both a Jackal and a Sledge.
Well, 2 kills to start the round off. Poses a pretty decent setup for the round. If you Elevate currently, Sapper primed and ready in that dining room door. Onigiri getting involved with his own shotgun. Ed will die because of his audacity. Yeah, look, the Super Shorty, great for editing sight, not so much from long-range contests. Sit down.
Yeah. It's a great tool, but he used it for the wrong job there. Things could be equalized here if Northern Forces find the pick that they need. You can see Sapper making sure that they don't just walk into an unfavorable spot. He can tell something's right there. Giga, as soon as he hops on in, takes him down. Great job here by Clazy, though, to find Mark still on the opposing side. 2v3, Elevate, hold on to the man count.
Well, Sapper is good for more. He almost finds himself the last of the round as well, but no. Stolen away, not to be. Very impressive round for him with the pistol, excuse me. But, I mean, yeah, rehost being called here by North. Interesting.
Northern Forces, it's a 5-4 that has just been completely thrown at them. 4 rounds straight now by Elevate to come back right into the game. The Northern Forces, they look stunned.
They really do. Defense on Villa is a different beast, especially when it's Elevate playing it. I mean, it's a map that they've really thrived on in the past. So the fact, I mean, honestly, the most concerning thing is the fact that Northern Forces let it go to Villa.
Well, Northern Forces, I mean, they let it go here, so they probably had a reason to do it, right? Their previous bout was on border. Let me recheck that just to be sure. Yeah, it was on border, and on a defensive sided map like that, we're back here once more, and one quite similarly. The Northern Forces, they brought that 7-8. Obviously, they lost in that final round of overtime, and this could be more of the same story, but I'm sure they're going to want to try and change the ending of that one. Onigiri and the rest of Elevate here, they've been really popping off these past few rounds, and they've seemed to have found their rhythm. Can they continue it?
Oh dear. I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't even know if the rehost, attack pause, whatever it is ending up to be, is going to be enough. Because, I mean, Elevate just have such a solid grasp on it. So, okay, yeah. We are going to throw it to a short break. It would seem players frozen up and can't get back into the game. So we'll throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll jump into the remainder of Villa.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
And it's making me weaken. You and your status, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. No one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all
push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all got the semi-four way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember.
All right, we are back into the game. Northern Forces versus Elevate. Excuse us for the quick break, but we're back here. Black and Blue with you, as well as Blue Panda. And man, we have seen a complete turnaround here come from Elevate. They've taken out the lead after, what was this, 4 rounds in a row they've won? Yeah.
Yeah, off the 4-2 half into a 5-4 scoreline. So 3 attacking rounds in a row is rather impressive. Oh, sorry, defensive rounds, rather. So the transition of the half has been quite successful for them. 2 more, and they close out Blade A12.
Yeah, incredible comeback it would be if they close it off this way. Elevate. The momentum heavily in their favor. Snowball quickly turning into an avalanche if Northern Forces let this get in the match point right here, right now after this round. The composition on the board, nothing too fancy on either side except for the Nook, which we have seen a while ago. Elevate able to utilize that. Northern Forces, they want to try and do more of the same. We're going there towards the games, and that is where it seems like Northern Forces, they're not going to go directly into it. Have some presence towards study. Don't have much towards the master side for the northern side, but hey, I don't think it's going to dissuade him too much just yet. DCH makes his presence known on the main stairs, has a shield to help him hold on to it. It's a very important position to play.
No Zami, though, for the defense here. Which, I mean, we see a lot of teams play on that study door to try and deny the push in from the study balcony outside, of course. But the shield largely does the same thing. Extra support there. It looked like it was Mr. Punch, I do believe, skirting around behind him on the main stairs. Whether it was to put down a jam or somebody utility to help him hold that little bit longer. But, I mean, this is a pretty tough spot to clear out. Juan with the frag grenades looking to try and find something onto someone on the site, but no one even remotely close.
Shots ring out. Nothing really connecting. Racy and the rest of the crew trying to push from down under. Realizes how much time of theirs would be wasted in that endeavor. Still, 4-5. Full roster up on both sides. DCH, look at how much presence there is coming towards him, but Schwann's been taken down off the vertical angle. Mr. Punch gets some damage thrown his way. No Konas to get him back up to a fighting state, but hell, he can continue on. He doesn't mind. They have these vertical angles within the games room that's going to make that haul push a lot more difficult. Northern Forces, they have to give up the control from underneath. They need to start getting on the site soon, or at least start working on it. And the only real kind of presence that they have is towards that study that they are working on. But if they can't take this main stairs, what will it really matter in the end? Onigiri on the far situation still gets a kill.
Oh, Punch caught thrown at the Nitro. Should be recoverable, but no, they might even just bait him. Bin goes down. Sapper with that shotgun in hand, putting in the work, finding the angle. The taser from the shock drone, Clazy finishes off Mr. Punch. I mean, already down, it wasn't going to be that hard. I suppose you take it when you can.
Non-lethal, they say. Seems to not be the case. 3v5, 2v4 actually, as Mark somehow finds a kill here on a Race C. Thatcher down. You're going to have to find somebody to bring this back, but I think this round is done. 10 seconds left on the clock. Schwann's been taken down. It's all on the Clazy. And unless he goes crazy here, this round is done. Mark finds a second. And Elevate, they take match point. 5 rounds in a row. They've won to get this far.
Yeah, they want to close it out. No more shenanigans, no more stalling. They want to lock it in as a certainty here. Like I said, still in position to potentially snatch away first seed in the coming play days. But it all starts here. Statuary and trophy in round number 11. What can North do to try and hold on?
There are many things they have attempted, but which one will be the right one for this case? The methodical approach to your Elevate on this defensive side, impeccable so far, has yet to be really found by Northern Forces. This is the 5th attacking round they're going to play, and the 4 prior, not even close really for Northern Forces to clutch out to close out those rounds. I mean, all of them really decisively in Elevate's hand all throughout. The second half has been a stark contrast to the strong opener we saw from Northern Forces on the attacking side. Maybe an attacker side map for them. I mean, a defender side map, yeah, but their attack, it can't be this wayward. Seeing the Yana, no real switch up aside from that Thatcher into the Lion. And yeah, let's see how exactly they play this. Aruni, Azami, double SAS, nothing changing from Elevate. It's been working for them. They don't really have to flex just yet.
Yeah, it's again one of those situations where if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
For sure.
It's a tried and true setup for both teams, but that Azami again should prove a bit of a halting point for Northern Forces. So hopefully, I mean, if they do want to hold on a little bit longer, they need to start with Mark. If they can get him off the board early, that'd be huge. And there you go.
As advertised, great find here from Bin Bin. It's a good start here for Northern Forces. They find the second. This could be a round for them to extend this into the final one of regulation. Yiga, they know where he is. The run out caught here dissuades DCH from further committing to that attempt.
DCH, he's not done just yet. He's still looking to resist where he possibly can. He's outside the master bedroom. I mean, luckily Northern Forces have avoided any significant losses so far. Unfortunately, Elevate cannot say the same, but it's that toxic canister in the hands of Sapper that could be the real difference maker here. If they can play around the smoke, this push could be shut down.
If you can play around this smoke, then we're going to see them actually have a lot better of an opportunity than their previous rounds were. But those toxic bathes still being alive is going to be such a big problem for them. Selma used for the Kiba. I mean, not unorthodox, but why not just be something you'd expect for them to use? Instead, they've got some nades for that. Hell, even the hammer, but okay. Lifeline here. Entry onto the site. They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out. But the Nitro from down under connects from the punch. Yiga finds a follow-up too.
Make that more as Clazy gets involved with the LMGE. 2 versus 4. Toxic Canister is out. 1 remaining with 44 seconds on the clock. The SAS duo has to come in clutch here between Punch and Sap. A shot's already going out. You get almost tanking the Saria gate there. Walks in. Racy will find Sap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one. Finds the head onto another. Shotgun out. Triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad. And Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there. The pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin. Mr. Punch and Elevate, they secure the game 7-4. Absolutely elated after that one. And they know that's a feels-good moment to come back from. Heartbreaker of a loss, even more so for the Northern Forces. They were up 4-2 at the end of the half, but the 5 straight round run here coming from Elevate just made sure that they were done. What a comeback and what a match to cap off the night, Blue Panda.
2 aces tonight, some big matches, and all but one of our... Actually, no, sorry. Half of our predictions right, so you take the 50% where you can. But, I mean...
Good enough?
I think Fury and Dial was probably going to be kicking themselves a little bit, given how the rest of the matches played out.
Yeah, that's, as I said, an absolute heartbreaker. Actually, 6 rounds in a row, excuse my math, they've just come back into straight. Man, oh man, my goodness. It's exceptional play here from the Elevate squad. You don't expect anything less from a team of their caliber, a team of their tenure, and a team of their experience. I've definitely raised things to new heights. Holding on to that second slot, they're not going to be going down the leaderboard just yet. The Northern Forces, once again, face defeat at the hands of Elevate. On Border, and this time on Villa, it reigns true. Slipping early on, yes, but hey, it's important how you end, don't we say?
Yeah, most definitely. It's about the ability to close out matches, and I mean, yeah, 6 rounds in a row is a pretty telling story. 5 straight on the defense. It was a very one-sided affair. And I mean, what a way to close it out too. That was just huge.
Yeah, incredible. What we just saw here, coming from the squad, Elevate. Man, oh man, a great game for Mr. Punch as well. That's a highlight for a lifetime. That one stays on the clips, in the folder, on the hard drive for the rest of your life. Ace clutch to close out the game in such spectacular fashion as well. Perfectly played. Congratulations once again to any Elevate fans there, but congratulations as well to some of our giveaway winners of the day. We have more that you guys can win throughout the next few play days if you guys simply join our giveaways. Follow Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel, which you're probably watching this on. Enter down below the hashtag Fight for Glory for a chance to win 600 R6 credits and the R6 Operational League SEA pin to really pump up your swag. So guys, make sure to join our giveaway. You guys could be having your lucky day.
Yeah, look, and you know, Blacken, who's just come out with a skin recently?
Who?
Oh, it's Elevate.
Oh,
that's
perfect.
right.
Oh yes, they've got a whole bundle.
You could, you can put your hard-won R6 credits towards that as well. So make sure you get in on it. Make sure you get on it next play day as well, and the remaining play days this stage, because there are many opportunities ahead of you to be able to get those R6 credits.
Yeah. Every shot you don't take is one you're going to miss. So, guys, make sure to join our giveaway. We obviously have lots more in store. That is play day number 12. We still got 13 and 14 in these next upcoming days, in these next upcoming weeks. And I think we're going to take a look at the leaderboard before we close everything out. We're going to take a view at where these teams stand at the end of play day 2 and what we can look forward to on the next matches for the next few days. But I think we're pretty much assuredly so, I guess, assured that we're going to have Elevate and Gaming Gladiators still at the top, number 2 and number 1 respectively. And I don't think that's going to change, but the mid-pack of things, where Direwolves and where Fury stand, that's what I'm curious about, because they were neck and neck in points, and that could have shifted after the day.
Yeah, it's about that ability to jump up the leaderboard, and it definitely makes for things a little bit dicey going into the remaining play days, of course. I mean, top 4, not as safe as it once was.
Definitely so. I'm just waiting to hop on over to the leaderboard and see exactly how things have turned out throughout the test of time. For the moment, I mean, some of the results speak for themselves. Very kind of surprising rounds, I think, and surprising games that we've had here today. Like, we saw, okay, let's take a look back, right? We saw Fury versus Champion, and Champion, they really cemented themselves as a team to be worried of. But hey, enough talking. Let's take a look here at the leaderboards. Gaming Gladiators, Elevate, Direwolves, and Fury all still at the top 4. Nothing changing from there. But Champion, after that win a while ago, they've closed the gap between the 4th and 5th slot.
Yeah, still that top 4 playoffs position up for grabs for, I mean, technically, you could say Northern Forces as well. Actually, no, never mind. It is just Champion, you're right. With a maximum of 6 points remaining here in the group stage, Champion has the potential to drop Fury out of playoffs contention, and I believe it's a round differential that separates. So, I mean, Champion, if they have a good couple of weeks, could actually beat out Direwolves in round differential. If Direwolves loses both their matches and Champion does win. So we could see it even, rocketing up into 3rd.
Yeah. Champion, their championship hopes for this run still not out of the question. They perform well, and if the stars align, they could push on forward to where their destiny calls. But next play day, July 23rd, which is today, depending where you are, the day right after you're watching this, it's going to be Elevate versus Astrate to start things off. Gaming Gladiators versus Obsession. We got Northern Forces versus Champion, and Direwolves obviously there at the end. So guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. Blue Panda, any final words you want to say to the rest of the audience before we close this off?
Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, of course, because that, talking about top 4, the fact that Direwolves and Fury have to play each other could play into Champion's hand and getting into the top 4. So, I mean, the stakes have only just gotten even higher going into the last couple.
Well, speaking of Fury, thanks to our sponsor, Kingston Fury, for making this possible. Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. Ladies and gentlemen, folks far and wide, Dungeons and Dragons, whatever you are, wherever you are, thank you guys so much for joining us here today. I am Black and Blue. It's a pleasure to cast with you here, Blue Panda, once more. And on behalf of everybody here at the Operation League, we will see you guys next time around. Good night, goodbye.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Good damage being dealt here by the Clash. I mean, look at it go. The switch over to the Super
Oh,
Sonic from
no!
outside.
No!
Supper! No way! Somehow, the vertical being opened up. That's actually the bomb side. It's Pecan through the floor to find the kill on the Phenomenal Souffle is downed, however, but inside of the pantry, Pecan goes huge.
No!
With the shotgun for 3. Direwolf.
Unfortunately, this out of his reach just now. Jackie, we're going to turn this corner, going to win that trade and pick up 2 for himself on a double kill.
Schwan, he's waiting here in the corner. If they don't expect this, then he can get found, and that he does. Going big. Toxic Bathe still in the hands here of Ray C, but he doesn't win out the fight against Jackie Wu. A 4K quad kill.
The rest of the attackers are in an advantage. Tolji and Ape, of course, on that board mean that it is anyone's game at all times.
I mean, I like it on rifles, but on the SMG-11, who knows?
Oh! Ape! I'm telling you, man, it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
Well, he's certainly proving me wrong! But Ape, he gets a triple kill in the hand. Monkey business abound. Toxic Bathe to pop off. And I have sunken in my words.
It's all down to Pecan. 1v3, downs 1. Can he find 2?
Oh, there's no way he's gonna win this fight. He's sprinting. There's a shotgun wave.
Oh!
He retrieves the diffuser. How does Pecan actually get away with this? 30 seconds. He's gonna go in for the plant.
Well, they might just be able to come out on top. The one that is spotted, second one does! Pecan lands it! He just plays it down to a T like it's nothing, Imphian.